Good morning. We are here again today for our fifth day. Today is Friday. Friday. Sorry. We are live from Arizona. My name is Darren Mulqueen from Mulqueen Sewing Center. And we're a multi-line dealer of sewing machines. We carry a lot of notions, every brand pretty much you can imagine. We have lots of fabric in our stores, lots of support. So when we sell a sewing machine, we don't only want to sell, but we also want to support what we sell. So we offer special discounts, something called a Perks Club membership to anybody that buys a machine from us. Right now it is a forever Perks membership. We are going to change that here shortly. But if anybody does purchase a machine, you'll get 20% off all your notions for an entire lifetime. For your life, we're doing a change coming up to where it'll become a yearly program. But we are so excited today. We have the Janome company coming on here shortly. We have the Siser vinyl company. I don't know if you've ever used heat transfer vinyl or any kind of permanent vinyls for the digital cutters. At 12 o'clock, Crafting with Patrick will be joining us. And then, let's see, we have the Brother company coming on at 2 o'clock with Jerry Granada. He is one of our favorite educators. He is an award-winning quilter, and he will be joining us at 2, showing how to free motion quilt on a embroidery machine, which it's the only machine on the market that is has a free arm tubular style machine embroidery field, so you can easily hoop shirts, and it's like a 10 needle or 6 needle, only this is a 1 needle, and you can do free motion quilting and embroidery. You can do hats. You can embroider pretty much on anything with this machine. That is at 2 o'clock. And then we have this glorious bag on our desk here. The lettering that's on it, to me, is kind of famous. It is once you see that lettering, you kind of maybe know who it is if you've done her products before. But we're excited that we have Fabric Confetti coming on today at 4 o'clock. And then during the Fabric Confetti, we have Bruce Allen, who is working under Fabric Confetti. He's got some brand new stuff to unveil today. He has a series of wonky houses that is pretty cool. We are going to give away one of those rainbow softwares right now. I'm sorry, we're going to give it away a little bit later today. Can't really see because the light is too bright. But this is the Floriani rainbow software that we had talked about previously. You get the rainbow software for free when you buy any of the 100 kits of Floriani threads. They have a total of 360 colors available, and they were nice enough to give us some Floriani rainbow software to give away with the event today. So we're excited for that. Just all you have to do is comment, and we're going to pick winners here shortly, and we'll announce the winner towards the end. And so today with Janome, we are going to see a machine that is new to our lineup. We newly added it here just a few days ago. We are excited for it, for the price point, to get a sewing and an embroidery machine. We do have some specials going on it. We'll talk about that shortly after. A new press that we are going to carry. We already carry one of the presses in the Elna line of presses. But if you do like to do that heat transfer vinyl, this will be a press that you can use to adhere the vinyl to your shirts or your hats or whatever you're going to put your vinyl onto. And then there's a heavy duty straight stitch only machine that's perfect for quilters. Jared's sending me a note to talk about this. There's 3 different versions of the Floriani 100 kits of thread. We have them on sale for $349. And with that, you get that Floriani Rainbow software that is a fun tool to have for any embroiderer. Um, it's on our website. All of our specials this week will be hopefully easy to find. If you go to mulqueen.com and you click on the top banner, so the very first thing that comes up on the site, it basically talks about this event and all the educators and companies that we have coming on. If you click on that link, it'll get you to a new page, and that page will have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and all of the companies that were on live with us that day. And so if you click on that, you will see the Floriani links to see all of the wonderful threads. We also have links to the Sweet Pea embroidery company. We had we went live with them yesterday. They were live from Australia, which was kind of cool. And their link is also there if you're interested in taking advantage of the specials that we had with them. So just to remind you also, we have a special guest tomorrow that we're really excited about. Kim, the creator of Kimberbell Embroidery, will be live with us tomorrow at 2 o'clock, and that will round out our week of events here. We're so excited for that. Many of you registered for this event through a site called Eventbrite. We use that system to be able to track everybody that registers so that we can offer prizes, because we have prizes that we're going to be giving away tomorrow that are the total value of these prizes is over $10,000. And when I first was sending out the email about this event, I was like, is it really $10,000? I was trying to think in my head, is that possible? And before I hit send on that email, I had to rethink, and it is over $10,000 worth of prizes that will be given away tomorrow. We had a lot of nice vendors that were giving us products to give away, and we'll announce that tomorrow. But without further ado, I would like to bring on our first guest of the day. It's Alba with Janome Company, and there she is. Hi, Alba.
Hi, how are you? So
Good.
excited to be here with you and your customers.
Well, thank you for doing this. Janome means a lot to our family business. We actually on Monday we did like the history of how Mulqueens became a family business. How we became Mulqueen family business is we were generally a Singer store. That's basically what we carried. And then when the Janome 6600 was on the market, we looked closer and closer into that machine, and we broke our exclusivity of being only a Singer store to carrying Janome. We have, thanks to the Janome company, that we have the family business that we have today. And these, when I was talking to Janome about what we should show, what Alba is about to show is like amazing. It's new for us. We're so excited. Alba, I'm going to bow out gracefully and give you the whole screen, and we'll see you real soon. Thank you very much.
Like I said, I'm so excited to be here with you, and I'm going to be showing you 3 products that are very distinct and different, but also pair together beautifully and would make a beautiful sewing studio for anyone. So I'm going to tell you what I'll be going over, and then I'll go over each individual machine. So the first one is the Janome 9850. And the 9850 is a combination sewing and embroidery machine. And what I love about this machine is that it is a great machine if you are a beginner and never done embroidery, but it is also a wonderful machine if you do have a top of the line machine, a much larger machine, and you're looking for one to go to classes with. The size of this is a nice intermediate size, and because it does sewing and embroidery, it's just the perfect companion piece to bring to classes. if you're doing a lot of classes for embroidery and sewing. And hopefully things get back to normal again where we're able to do classes. I'm missing those so much. But I wanted to pan and show you the feet that come with the machine. So just a nice package of machine, and this is something that Janome is really known for, is their packaging that they put with the feet. So we have a buttonhole foot, a free motion foot, our standard foot, the F foot, which is wonderful for decorative stitching, an overcasting foot, a blind hem foot, a 1/4 inch foot, a zipper foot, rolled hem, and a button sewing foot. So it's giving you enough of variety of feet, whether you're a quilter, a home deck sewer, or garment sewer, you're getting a good amount of feet to get you started and going. And I mentioned that this is an embroidery and sewing machine. So I have two hoops on the table, the two hoops that come with the machine. The smaller of the two is the SQ14A, 5.5 by 5.5. The larger of the two is an RE20A, and that is 6.7 by 7.9. So also you're getting that size hoop that works wonderfully for doing classes and a good amount of embroidery projects that you would want to do, both in the hoop. Every project that you would want to accomplish is really nice. I'm going to detail and show you the stitch package on the machine. Same thing, a nice variety of both utility garment sewing, the buttonhole feet going into your garment sewing, your heirloom sewing, your quilting. So this is a great Renaissance sewer type of machine. It can handle every type of project that you're doing. And with this one, I just love that intermediate size. Most of the classroom and travel machines are much smaller. So this is giving you a bigger bed and that incredible lighting. And it's the little things that make me happy. I love being able to open up that door, to see all of my components, to be able to change my needles easily. So just the little things that Janome puts into the machine that I really love about this one. So right now I am on a embroidery page, and I'm just going to get to that. And it navigates just like other embroidery machines. So I am going to touch my home button, and I'm going to go to my built-in embroidery designs. And I'm able to view those both by category and by hoop size. When I go to category, it will give me a listing of folders that are on the machine. So just a nice variety of designs. I am going to open up the quilting designs, and it just gives me a nice variety. So it's going to tell me that this folder has 2 pages of designs, navigates very, very easily. And when I am completed and done with my embroidery project and I want to go back into sewing, it's really quick and easy with a touch of a button. So I'm going to touch that button and it's going to automatically switch to regular sewing mode. And I'm just going to raise that presser foot so that I can switch that over. And just that quickly, I've gone from sewing into embroidery, and I can go back and forth. Right now I have my feed dogs down, and with a clip of a button on the side of the machine, I am in standard sewing mode. So I like how easily this machine navigates. A nice large screen that I could see, and just makes it so much easier for me to make my projects and be able to utilize all of the technology that's built into the machine. This particular machine, I am able to remove that storage tray and have full free arm capability. And that free arm capability is not only available for my sewing, I'm able to do embroidery where I could utilize that free arm capability. So my tote bag could be hooped and I could utilize that. And this is a feature of Janome that I love, being able to get a domestic machine that I can also utilize that free arm for embroidery. Normally, to do true free arm embroidery, you need to go to a multi-needle larger machine. So I like that I have that versatility on this machine. And I'm just going to give you a moment to look over. I'm not sure if you want to interject anything or if you want me to move on to the next machine. I'm double checking if Mulqueen wants to pop in. Perfect. So again, I wanted to show you that nice stitch chart. I like that it's all there and you're able to see. I'd like you to be able to see what's included on that machine. So I'm seeing a couple of questions come up and I'm going to answer this one. Can the foot be used for embroidery and sewing? So when you're in embroidery, there's really no need to use a foot pedal. It's just a matter of touching that stop start button. And I could also use that stop start button for my sewing as well as my embroidery. And this is the 9850 again, just so that you're aware of this model. This model is just priced right. It's beautiful. I love the sizes of the hoops for it. And again, that nice variety of feet that you're getting. I'm going to be moving over to the straight stitch only machine. So this is also a machine that is loved by many. Whether you're doing garment construction, home dec, outdoor fabrics, I've known people that do boat and marine covers, from the heaviest of fabrics to your delicate quilting. This machine can handle it. And right now I have it set up with some denim on there and I have 2 layers. But what I am going to do is I am going to remove that and I am going to fold over. So here is 2, now 4 pieces, 6. So that is 7 layers of a heavy denim. I'm going to lower that foot. It's like butter. It just glides through effortlessly. And this is a machine that I like how this machine is set up. It's enough of the old technology, enough of the new technology. So it really allows you to utilize the power that this machine has. So you have a beehive tension unit so that you can go from a sheer chiffon to 8 to 9 layers of denim with no problem. This machine, if you can fit it underneath the foot, it will sew through it without a problem. And I like that it handles both thick and thin fabrics. So I am going to remove my fabric from underneath here and just show you this is the back side of that denim with that thick. You could see how thick that went through with just no effort at all. So here is a marine canvas. And I don't know if you could tell how stiff and heavy this is, but this is normally fabric because of the coating on it that it makes it really difficult. So 2, 3, I'm just gonna roll this all up really thick, really heavy, and with this outdoor coated fabric. Now, I had a struggle to put it underneath the foot, but I am not going to struggle with that sewing. You could just feel the power in this machine. Again, a little bit of effort to raise that foot because of how heavy this is, but look at how beautiful. I never touched my tension. It just went through it effortlessly. So for people that are making bags, especially, love this because you're able to do that strapping. You're able to do quilted fabric that's turned over and top stitch through this. It's got that just enough of the industrial and just enough of ease of use with home. I love that you're able to see your presser foot pressure really easily, really clearly on the front of the machine. I have a speed control, just really well made. And because of the motor capability of this machine, it handles not only upholstery thread, but the nylon threads and the specialty threads for doing heavy upholstery work. Um, but the quilters love this just for the speed. So I am going to run this for a little bit at full speed so that you could see how beautifully this handles. I don't know that even I could keep up with that speed. So 1600 stitches per minute on the machine, making it really nice. Now, one of the things that you may notice is that the reverse, and I'm going to give Sam a moment to catch up with me, is on the side. And the needle is sideways facing. So that if you did want to put this on a frame, it can go on a frame easily. I have a foot pedal to control everything. And because of that sideways needle, and I'm going to turn the machine so that you could see that. And I'm going to try and do that without getting my head in the way. Are we good, Sam?
Yep.
Okay. I have Sam helping, Sam Fung with the camera, and I always appreciate when I get help. So with this machine, my bobbin case, and I'm going to remove our top cover, is right on the front. So when you are working on a quilt and you have this on a frame, changing your bobbins is easy. Handling all of your controls is easy. So it was made with the quilter in mind, as well as that heavy duty sewer. And I like that versatility. I like when you have multiple purpose and multiple capability to a machine. So I wanted you to see that frontward facing and sideways facing. So this is the Almeida EF1 by Elna. It just sounds silly to say, but I love how beautiful it is. That just beautiful green color. Sam is giggling at me. It sounds silly, but I love having a beautiful, powerful machine in my sewing room. And wouldn't this be a perfect companion to even the 9850? What a perfect setup. So I love this machine in the lineup. It's able to do so much. And I'm going to just browse really quickly to see. if there's any questions. And I see that pricing is being popped up on the screen so that you're able to get that. But the machine itself, very straightforward, very simple. If you're looking for a machine with the power and the capability to handle anything you put on it, this is really the way to go. And in your sewing room, who doesn't need a press? So this is the Elna press, and I'm going to show you the top of it. It has 3 temperature settings, from the lowest settings for synthetics, a mid setting, and the highest setting for wool and for cottons. And I'm going to just raise this up because it's beeping at me. And I can adjust my temperature within each one of those settings, to warm, to as hot as that will go. When your press is lowered for 10 seconds, it beeps at you to warn you so that you do not scorch and burn anything. And the press, this is the 450 model, the Elna Press 450. It's in the middle of the 4 presses that are available. And what I like about this one is that the sleeve board is built right into it. So very easily, very quickly, I flip that up and I'm able to press my sleeves, anything tubular, just beautiful that it's attached, and I do not have to go looking for something to snap it into place or screw it into place. It is attached right into that press. What I like about a press, and one of the things that I use it for, is when you get fat quarters. I love getting fat quarters, but they always have such heavy, deep creases to them that getting those ironed out, and all I'm doing is flattening out my fabric. Hopefully I'm not right in front of the camera. And I'm able to press that down. When I press this down, this is an even 100 pounds of pressure going across that full area. And the handle system is a 2-part handle, allowing you to fully control and lower very easily. And I also have a locking mechanism on my handle as well. So I like that I am able to lift very easily, and my press is not fully heated up because I've been going up and down with it, but it gives you a beautiful work area. So I have 12 by 25 inches of area on my press, and the base to this press is a marine grade birch and pine combination. So this is meant to handle water, heat, moisture, and I like that is that grade of wood, so I know it's not going to get warping. Now I'm going to use my fabric because this is hot. If you notice the plate on the top, it is a smooth surface without holes. Steam does not come through this. So you will never get spitting or rusting or calcium deposits that will build up on that plate. When you notice that when you are pressing certain areas with an iron, a steam iron especially, where that steam comes out of the iron will leave round, almost pock marks on your fabric or water spots from those holes. So I love that I have no steam holes in this. If I do need steam, I would simply, with a spray bottle, give that a little bit of moisture, and when I lower, the heat of the press will generate the steam to get everything just perfectly pressed and evened out. So the press, again, I like that on this big surface, I have that even pressure. And I did mention that that was 100 pounds of pressure. So imagine, even with your full body weight on an iron, you're never going to get that even pressure, and you're not going to get this big of a work surface. This works beautifully with the cutters and doing vinyl and rhinestone application because of that weight and the higher temperature that you're able to get with a press versus an iron. So a press to me is a must have in a sewing room. I do a lot of t-shirt quilts, and it makes it really helpful to do those t-shirt quilts. So Anne is asking, can I set to cotton and no steam? There is no steam to this unless I add water to the fabric, and the water that I'm adding generates the steam. But right now, when I turn this on and I have it to the 3 dots and that higher setting, that is the cotton and wool setting. So right here, I am in cotton and wool, synthetic and linen is in between. It beeps and lets me know I need to lift the cover. It's been 10 seconds, and it alerts you so that you do not scorch. If I did want steam, I would get a spray bottle and lightly mist my fabric, and that little bit of water will generate steam. But I love that there are no steam holes in that top cover. And if you're looking right where my hand is, that is a smooth non-stick surface. So I'm able to do many different surfaces and many different types of fabric, including using those Teflon sheets that are available. So here is mine, and you could tell it's very well loved and used. So I am also able to use those sheets for my ironing as well, to protect my more delicate fabric. And that also protects that cover from getting any residue from using products like the Heat and Bond when you add that to your fabric. So I like to do that as well. So here I have, this was put together with my iron. And when I iron my interfacing or my stabilizer, I'm going to turn that around so that you can see that. I got some areas that left a bubble, and I don't know if I could show right here. As I'm pushing my finger, there's an air bubble right there. And that happens with an iron, but with the press, it just flattens, and there is no air bubble that could form because of that even pressure, because of the even heat. It just goes on there perfectly. So it's really a great way to improve your sewing, your applique, and be able to really adhere all of your stabilizers to your fabric beautifully. So I don't know if we want to stop at this point to take a few questions and see if there's any review of the 3 products that are needed. And I'm just going to scroll through to see if there's any questions. So, Anne, I'm assuming that you're referring to the press on the work surface and the dimension. Can you clarify which product? So on the press, it is a 25-inch by 10-inch surface. And I love the curve that it has right here. And that curve is put in purposely so that when you're ironing garments, it takes on the shape and the slope of your shoulder and your sleeve so that you can press garments beautifully on that. So I hope that answers your question. Now, I know lots of men love the press for getting a crease. My cowboys out there love their crease in their blue jeans, so I'm putting that denim in there. And I really like the way it gets that nice crisp edge. And I'm going to raise that up. And look at how nice. Is that a better angle?
Yeah, they can see it.
Yeah. It just leaves that nice quality crease like you would get from a dry cleaner. So it's a good way to freshen up clothing in between going to that dry cleaner. And again, we spoke about the Almeida EF1. That was our straight stitch only high speed machine. 1,600 stitches per minute. If it fits underneath that foot, that machine will go through it. And the first machine that we talked about was the combination sewing and embroidery. And that is the Memory Craft 9850. And the 9850 does sewing, it does embroidery, beautiful, versatile machine. 2 hoops come with it, including all of the feet that you're seeing in front of the machine come with that. So this is just a nice intermediate size. That 9-inch throat space is a perfect size where it's large enough to be your one and only machine, but it's still portable enough and light enough to take to classes as well. And I'm seeing another. And I don't have a sleeve present with me, but what I can do is I will show you in the best way that I can. So here is my board, and I'm going to wrap some fabric as if it were a sleeve. So what you would do is you would slide your sleeve into the board, and let's say I wanted to get out that particular crease. And because I am able to move that around, I can now lower, and I'm on the wrong side here, and raise and press. And I'm able to turn my sleeve and work from both sides. And I have one side that is more pointed and one side that's more rounded so that I could get around the different sleeve areas. So it attaches right in the center. So I would be doing half a sleeve at a time. And with sleeves, I would recommend a little bit of water on that. And when I'm done working with my sleeves, that just lowers right down and goes out of the way nice and easily. And I'm just double checking for any other questions. But I really like the versatility of this to go from garments to do for my normal household laundry and using it there, taking it right into my crafting life and my sewing life. As I am doing even my quilts and my piecing, I like how flat everything gets with the press. Everything just lays beautifully. When I am done with my quilt and I'm getting ready to hang it, especially with a wall hanging, that heat and that 100 pounds of pressure eliminates all the waviness that a quilt can tend to get, especially around those borders and those bindings. So we were talking on the last one with the 9850. And I'm just going to show those feet one more time to give you a close up. And I'm going to see if I could get that to focus. There we go. So you're able to get a really close up of those feet. Nice selection of feet, nice variety. I love the package that Janome puts together with all of its products. And I'm taking a look for any other questions. Okay.
Alba, you had very nice camera movement. We appreciate that.
Yes, I really appreciate Sam helping me out.
Yep. Thank you, Sam.
You're welcome.
Sam has been out here a few times. Normally, Alba, we would be at the Rusty Barn Sewing and Craft Show showing all these.
I was scheduled to be at the Rusty Barn, and I just so miss seeing people and that social activity. So I'm glad that we were able to do this for your customers and give them a chance to see 3 products that they might not have had the opportunity in this past year to see.
Yep. We picked these because they were on sale. We were able to offer them at a kind of a crazy price, and with any of them, they're going to get a shopping spree.
Especially with that combo machine, it's just such a great price point for someone who's looking to get into embroidery or possibly pick up a machine for classes that just has an enormous amount of versatility to it.
Yep, like yesterday we were showing Sweet Pea. Tonight we have Fabric Confetti. Tomorrow we have Kimberbell. Like all these fun embroidery companies you would be able to do with these machines, with this machine.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think all 3 of these are just a perfect setup for any sewing room. This is my dream ideal setup.
Yep. This vinyl that we have, it's that Siser vinyl.
Yes.
Siser. Sorry, Siser. I said it wrong earlier. It's actually Siser. But this press would be perfect for it.
Absolutely. For the vinyl work, for rhinestones, just that added amount of pressure and that added heat makes that set beautifully.
Can I tell you a little story?
Sure.
We had a customer come in and buy a straight stitch machine like the Elnita that we're showing there, the EF1. We didn't think anything of it. And then another one came in, and then another customer came in to buy the same machine. It's a similar machine than that. It's another straight stitch only by the same Janome company. Janome owns Elna. They make the Elna machine, so even though it says Elnita on it, it's basically a Janome. And after the 3rd and 4th customer came in to buy that machine, I was like, what's going on? Like, how are you hearing about this machine? Because we didn't have an ad out or anything like that. But it was a bag maker, a famous bag maker out of Canada was here in Arizona doing a hands-on class. And one of our customers had her Janome straight stitch only machine, just like this one. And everybody else in the class, they were offered a machine to use during the class, which is also a straight stitch only machine. but the machine was struggling going through some of these heavy spots on the heavy part of making the bags. And they would bring their bag over to the Janome, and it would sew right through it. And so that was the reason why is the Janome was so strong that it was able to sew through the heavy multiple layer bag handle connection.
So now I'm going to repeat that with another story. So when these straight stitch versions first came out for both Janome and Elna, I did a couple of promo shots that are on YouTube. And I was handed a man's belt and we cut it into pieces. So I sewed through one layer, no problem. 2 layers, I knew it would go through it. 3, I was like, ooh, and it went through it. I went through 5 layers of cowhide.
Wow.
So, like I said, I struggled to get it under the foot, but it will sew through anything that you can get under that foot.
Yep. It's like a perfect machine for any crafter because it handles quilts, it handles bag making, leather, light leather work.
I could sew cowhide. So that versatility is just unbelievable on it. And it's just beautiful.
Yeah, there's a leather company here in Arizona that they recommend this machine, this type of machine, to their customers. So we do every once in a while get somebody from our local leather store to come in and buy the Janome / Elna straight stitch only machine like this. We have them all in stock too, which is nice. So it is a hard time of year to have machines in stock. A lot of times they're out of stock. And
you're one of the few dealers that does have stock and inventory. So I
yep.
was really glad that we were able to do this.
Yeah, thank you. We even though they're hard to get, we're still doing the discount. So we're discounting the machine, and all 3 of these products, we're giving a little Mulqueen shopping spree on top of the discount. So if you want to take advantage of our specials. Alba, I want to thank you. If there's any questions before Alba leaves here, she is a Janome educator, so it could be a question in general on Janome even. But if, oh, I didn't read that. It says, we miss seeing everyone that would be at the Rusty Barn. Darren is sad because Amy Meek and Nancy Ouch said their favorite Mulqueen was Jer. What? Who put that on the screen? We always have so much fun when we get together, Alba. I wish we, yep, we'll do it though. We'll get together when we can. And if there, let's see if there's any last bit questions before we go. We do thank everybody for watching us live. These videos will be recorded, so if you missed something that you wanted to see, you could always watch back on our Facebook or our YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe too on our YouTube channel because we'll be producing video after video. This is like a learning experience for us, but we're having so much fun bringing in Alba and all these educators that we're going to continue to do this and continue to bring fun and exciting companies from all over the world. Yesterday we were, at 4 last night, we were talking to people in Australia, which was 10 the following morning, which was kind of cool. We can bring everybody together. Jared, do you see any questions on there you can pop up? Oh, do you? Oh, sorry. Can you show how to attach the hoops on that Janome?
Sure.
Would that be okay?
Yes, I'm going to move a couple of things and just allow Sam to get closer.
And by the way, my 2 lovely boys, Aiden and Evan Mulqueen, are commenting. If you find one of their comments and you comment that you found them amongst all the other comments, we'll have to give you a prize. The first person to point out some of my youngsters' funny comments that they're putting over there.
So the embroidery arm on the Janome is in the back of the machine. And there is a button on the side that I am pressing. and just bear with us as we move around. So as I press that button, it opens my embroidery arm in the back of the machine. And here it is in the back. And now we're going to go from the front so that you could see that hoop going on. So I'm going to slide that hoop underneath the foot, and it just connects in right into my embroidery arm. So I like the fact that the embroidery unit is in the back of the machine, because that leaves me room for all of my sewing and embroidery items, both to the right and the left of the machine. Now to remove it is simply the same way. I am unhooking that latch and it just slides right off. So right in the back of the machine is where that connects on.
That is awesome. Debbie, you did win the prize, so we're going to write your name down. Email jer@mulqueen.com to give us your address so we can mail you out a nice gift. She guessed my kids' comments on the side.
Congratulations.
Hey, Alba, would you show, this has free arm embroidery, right?
Yes.
Which
So
is, it's unusual for a home machine to have free arm embroidery. You would have to get a free arm hoop, right?
yes. Now, if I had a very large tote bag, I could actually hoop with the smaller of the two hoops, as long as it would allow for the movement of that item. So a tote bag I would be able to do even with this hoop. And what happens is, as you're seeing with that accessory tray removed, my free arm is fully exposed and would allow for a tote bag or a pant leg. The true free arm hoop is available. It's an optional purchase with this machine. So you can also get the free arm hoop with this machine.
Yep. Any embroiderer would know how awesome that is to have the back of a shirt underneath that, or the back of the bag to go under that arm so that you're not.
Absolutely. So I
not
just moved the hoop so that it's centered. You could see how very easily fabric could go underneath and to the opposite side, because this is fully exposed and open. So a tote bag would be able to go there, and I'm going to remove the hoop so that you see that opening, that the tote bag, a pant leg, a t-shirt, I find really helpful to do with that free arm capability.
Has anybody ever embroidered the front of their shirt to the back of their shirt? I have.
I have.
Yeah, so it's nice. It would be nice to have that free arm.
Yes.
Beverly is asking the needle or the throat space on that, from the needle into the inside.
So 9 inches.
9
from
inches.
The needle to the edge. So it's that nice intermediate size. It's not the 3/4 frame machine like a 3160 or a 4120. It is a bit larger, but not massive that you cannot carry it and bring it to classes. So I really like this size.
What a perfect starter embroidery machine, or just a travel machine for someone who has two homes and you want something that you can bring up to the cabin or in an RV with you. And the price.
For the RV.
The price is less than $2,000. I believe it's on sale for $17.99, and we're going to give you a $180 Mulqueen.com shopping spree for Janome accessories. And
such an incredible value that you're offering.
Yep, we're letting you pick the items that you would want to go with your machine, all because of this special event. Take advantage of our specials. They're all on our website, mulqueen.com. It's the very front page of mulqueen.com. There's a banner. You click on that banner and then scroll down for today's date and click on Janome, and voila, all of these items are right there. And if you're local, you can come into the store and check these out if you would like. Some of our specials, like on notions and stuff, it's not the same offer in the store as it is on our website. We're trying to keep the crowds down. It would be easy enough to fill up the store, but we want it safe for everybody here. So the 20% off some of our notions and other prize or gifts and stuff that we have for sale, those are mainly on our website, unless you've bought a machine from us before, because you would be a Perks member because of buying the machine. So that is available for Perks members in the store. But our event specials, they're on our website, mulqueen.com. Alba, they're asking how far away from the wall is that back arm? How far away does it stick out on the back, I guess would be the question for us to
I am
find out.
getting something to measure that from.
Oh, thank you, Alba. That's awesome. You are way ahead of me.
So from the back of the machine, Sam's handing me a better ruler to use. From the back of the machine to where the arm extends is about 14 inches. So I would give it from the back of the machine about 15 inches from
Perfect.
the wall so that it doesn't rub up against the wall. And I'm going to show that ruler here. Sam is getting that shot.
And it is amazing that when you're done embroidering and you want to sew or you want to travel, you just push that button again on the side and that folds back in. So you don't have to have it that far out all the time. It's mainly just during the embroidery.
When I switch and I go to get out of this area, which I'm doing right now, I'm going back into sewing. It collapses and closes down and gets to very compact. I do not need to remove the unit to do that sewing. So it gives me added depth and support in my sewing area as well.
Very nice. That is way cool. So hopefully we get people to take advantage of that while they're on special. I think that everybody's asked questions that they want. If you still have questions, oh, I'm sorry. What are the sizes of the embroidery hoops right on the screen there? I didn't see that.
So I'm going to bring that up right on screen so that you could see that. I'm going to go to my edit and pull it up. The first two are included, and that's 5.5 by 5.5. And the larger one is 6.7 by 7.9. And then the free arm hoop is the optional hoop that's available for purchase.
That's that free arm hoop to do onesies or
yes, for the teeny
shirts,
tiny little projects.
Socks even.
Yes, I know Amy Meek loves to embroider on socks with those.
Yeah. I need to start embroidering my socks so I know which foot to put them on.
Absolutely.
So that is awesome. If there's no more questions right now on our live broadcast here, is that a question there, Jared? That bottom one about the press? The press is actually, it's not a steam press. So the question, Alba, is there a function for no steam on the press?
I answered that earlier. It is a no steam press. In order for me to get steam onto something, I would get a water bottle and mist my fabric, and the heat of the press will generate steam from me adding water. But this is a no steam press. There are no holes in the plate, and I'm not adding water to the press itself.
You know, we have sold presses for many, many years of lots of different brands. And we found that the ones that do have the holes under there with the steam, you have to fill that press with water. And we would find that the water will wind up dripping. And it's kind of like it.
Get calcium deposits and rust within.
And also, the moisture, I mean, this is a high-end press. This is something that, you're going to have forever. You'll use it for more than just your quilting. Hopefully, there are videos on how to iron clothes fast with it, and we use it for like the pressing of the vinyls and all like rhinestones and all that. But you can do all of your ironing on this, and the idea of pouring water into the top of the press, the moisture that it creates does corrode, and it was affecting some of the electronics. And so when we found the Elna press that Janome with the Janome company, we've like never looked back at a press with steam built in. Just spraying
No,
it
it just
is all
makes
you
so
ever
much
need.
more sense.
Say that again, Alba.
It just makes so much more sense not to have the water go into the press and add it as you need it when you need it.
Yep.
And I noticed that there was a question about the weight of the machine. On the 9850, it is right around 23, 25 pounds. And on the Alnita model, it is right at that 30-pound rate on average. I'm not looking at the exact weights, but that'll give you an idea. It's on the website. It's also the exact weight, dimensions, and all of that is on the Janome website under specifications.
So I think with that, if Jared's going to do another sweep, see if there's any questions. Oh, I see Nancy said something there.
See,
yeah.
Nancy decides to come on at the very end and start answering questions.
Nancy is our wonderful sales rep for Janome. We love having Nancy. She's very helpful. She helps us keep our customers going with machines, and so
I think Amy Meek is watching too.
Oh yeah, oh cool. Amy, I know Jared thinks that he is your favorite, but I know that I am.
No. It's the other way around. You might think you are, but I know I am.
So if any other questions, I'm sure Amy has a question. So if there are no more questions, we will go ahead and say thank you so much for doing this with us. It was so much fun.
It was my absolute pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone again as things improve in the world.
Yes. And we are going to have one more demo tomorrow at 12 p.m. with Janome.
Yes.
Yes, Alba will be back for a couple more machines that we're very excited about. You gotta, if you're into Janome, which I know a lot of our customers are, we have another great demo tomorrow at 12 p.m. On the 6650, and it's not an embroidery combo. So if you're interested in the embroidery, this 9850 that Alba just showed is the one to go with. And but Alba, thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'll see everyone tomorrow.
That sounds great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there with us on this. That was wonderful. We love seeing products. Normally, you would be seeing these in person, so we're having fun showing you live on the internet. Just know that we don't only sell products, but we support them. So if you're interested in something that we have, I'm going to turn this light down so it's not shining so much on the screen. But if you have any questions, let us know. If you are interested in one of these products, please visit our website, which is mulqueen.com. And we'll be there for you all the way through. If you have any questions ever, a lot of questions can be answered over the phone. Or we're here locally in Arizona. If you have any questions, you can stop in the store and we'll help you. But take advantage of the pricing. We have all sorts of products on our event page that we have already discussed. Those specials don't end until this Sunday. So if you see anything else, please take advantage of it while you can. I'm going to go ahead and just close off the screen just for a second so we can set up some quick demos. We have Bridget back with us. We're very excited. She's going to do a fabric folding pen and some point turners. We're very excited for this quick demo. And I just want to let you know, we will be back after these demos at 12 o'clock for the Siser Vinyl Company. Oh yeah, this is our PowerPoint of the machines that I forgot to go over real quick. So I do have the weight on there is 22.9 pounds. It does have that 9mm stitch width, so when you're sewing, the stitches actually are more realistic. The lettering is more realistic in the regular sewing side. We have the price is normally $24.99. We're doing the 700 off to make it $17.99, which is kind of crazy at that price point. Plus, wait, there's more. If you do purchase now or before this weekend, you will get a $180 accessory gift card. It's basically a Mulqueen.com gift card for you to decide what supplies you would like with your machine. And we have lots of them to pick from. And it does end this weekend. We also have here on our screen the next model that we showed, that Alba showed, which is the EF1. It says it's called an Elnita, which is a product of Janome, and so it's every bit the Janome machine. They used to have this called Janome, and they decided to change it. Janet's asking, can we use Synchrony? We can. Just come in the store, if that's possible, to do your financing, because we do offer financing. On this machine, it's $14.99. With the discount right now, it's $11.99. But wait, there's more. If you buy this weekend, we have to do event specials, right? Because this is a special time of year. Normally, we're at the Rusty Barn doing this, and so we can't not offer something special to make it exciting for you to purchase while we're doing this. It does expire this weekend once again, and then the last machine, just so you can see the pricing, it is that press, which I have right in front of me here. It's an Elna press. We've been carrying Elna presses now for probably 15, 20 years, and it's the dry press like this is so much better, longer lasting. It is $9.99 right now, and you do get that gift card. Once again, our little PowerPoint is a little bit slow, but it is coming up here. Are we on dial-up?
I forgot to actually call, so it's yesterday's dial-up.
A little bit laggy here, but it should be get the $100 gift card, and once again, it is off screen. So it is a $100 gift card when you buy that Elna press. And stay tuned this afternoon at 4. We have the operators are standing by. Mark, that is correct. But we have fabric confetti at 4. At 2 o'clock, Jerry Granata from the Brother Company. At 12 o'clock, the Siser, finally said it right, Siser, and the Siser Vinyl Company. We're going to pause for just a quick reset of my little table here for Bridget, so stay tuned.
Hi everyone, I'm Bridget, and today I'm going to show you a couple more tools that I really enjoy. And the first one is called the Clover Fabric Folding Pen. It comes with the pen and it comes with refills. All right, and all you have to do is, I'm going to show my pen, is you screw this top off here, you fill it with water up to this line, and you add 4 drops of the solution. Then you just put this back on and you're ready to go. I just give it a little shake, kind of mix it up. First thing I want to show you that this does is, I have a towel scarf here, but I like to hem the inside before I put the scarf. All I'm going to do is I'm going to take my fabric folding pen, and I'm going to do this on the table here because that's not going to work. Okay. And I'm going to measure where I want my fold. And I'm just going to run this pen. And if you don't get any out, just give it a tiny squeeze. Don't give it a big one or you'll get way too much. Okay, there it is. All I'm going to do is I am going to roll this over and press with my fingers. And I have a really nice hem. It's nice and flat. So now I want to make one more because I like it nice and neat. I like it finished on the inside. So I'm going to take this and, oops, I am going to do it one more time so you can see what I'm doing. And this is just so great to just have that, freedom from an iron and not have to do that. So here I go again. I'm going to fold up and I'm going to press this down with my fingers. And now you can see I have a really nice hem. And then I'll just let it unfold and you can see my creases. And it just makes everything easier, especially if you're in a class. Okay, that was the first thing I wanted to show you that it could do. The next thing is applique, English paper piecing. It works for that also. So I'm just going to show you. I just did a quick little thing here. And I'm going to take my fabric folding pin. I'm going to trace along the edge here. Went too much. There we go. And I'm going to fold this down. And you can see that I have a nice sharp edge. I'll push it up for you so you can see it better there. I think you can see it better. And you can do this all the way around for your paper piecing, for applique. It just works so well. So I'm going to go to the next item I'd like to show you. And I'm going to have you use your imagination. I'm going to pretend that this is a rug mug. And I'll be honest with you, I had a rug mug ready. And for some reason, I went and embroidered. So I didn't do it. I didn't put the... I used this. I'm sorry. Okay, so this is, I have a light seam here. Oh, that's where I did. I did a black. And so I'm just going to go right on that seam with my pen. And remember, this is like a mug rug. Anything that you would have in a hoop where you would have to flip and fold. Okay. And I'm going to open this up.
What a versatile product.
Oh, it's amazing. And I'm just going to press this down.
The item that we're showing is the Clover Fabric Folding Pen.
Yes. Now you have a really nice, sharp.
It does come with the liquid and it comes with a pen.
Sharp seam. And you can just go about, no iron. You don't have to bring an iron over. It just is right there, and it lays nice and flat. The next thing
is way cool.
It is. It's really amazing. The next thing I want to show you is annoying creases. You know those creases that...
You know what you did yesterday, or was it a couple days ago? It was 2 days ago when you showed that Aliso iron.
Yes.
You sold us out.
Oh,
amazing?
I'm sorry.
So just everybody know that cute little iron, you can still order it on our site, but it'll just take maybe a 2-week delivery time. So just bear with us on some of these items because the special offer that we're doing on our website, people are buying them up. And so just bear with us. But thank you, Bridget, for selling us out of those.
Oh, you're welcome. All right. This here is like a fat quarter, and this is that crease off the bolt. A lot of times it's just you iron, and it's not the iron. The iron is fine. Even if you have steam or best press, it's just stubborn because it's been there a long, long time. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take my fabric folding pen. And you know, I didn't really tell you how this works, but in the solution, they have, a chemical or a product that relaxes fabric fibers. And it's really just amazing how it can do it. I even tried it on a pair of jeans that I was trying to get the hem out of it, and it worked. I mean, those are long time. So now I'm just going to press with my fingers. And I'll show you. Can you see that very well? The seam is pretty much gone. But, you know, if you want to do a little extra, you can iron it. It is not a problem. Just iron it down. It does not cause any stiffness, any strange things in your iron. It's clean. It washes out, and there, boy, that's pretty amazing. And it's even creases like, you know, these here or right in here where, you know, they're just tough to get out. So it's kind of a product that puts seams in and takes them out. Okay. Now, I know you're not going to believe this, but this pen can do more.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, there's more.
Wait, there's more. Okay. Yesterday, I did this, and I showed you how the pen worked. So now I want to show you, I have a seam here that I have pressed down, but I want it to go the other way. I made a mistake. So I'm going to take this pen, and you can put it this way, on this side, on that side. It makes no difference. Okay, and now we're going to follow the seam again. And if you dry up, just get a little more, just get a little squeeze. I'm going to press this with my fingers. And this won't stretch your fabrics out either, which is really important in quilting. I have now just changed the side where my seam goes, and I went home and I starched it yesterday, and it's nice and flat this way. And if you feel the need, you can run your iron over it again, but you really don't need it. So it's great for quilters. Okay. This works on cotton, flannels, and knits, but it doesn't work on man-made fabrics like polyester. And the thicker the fabric, like if it was a thick corduroy, a thick corduroy, you need to use a little bit more solution so it does soak in there. And I like to store the tip like this upright, because if I leave it down and I have it really full, it seeps into the felt tip. And then when I go to do this, I have a big blob. So it's just a way to save a little bit of it. Okay, according to Clover, it won't stain your fabric, leave any residue, or like leave it crunchy, you know, like a starch. It just goes away. So this is really an amazing pen. Like I said, it's good for putting folds in and taking them out.
That's cool.
All right, that takes care of that one. The next one I'm really excited to show you is, does it matter?
Nope.
Okay. Perfect
Oh, nice.
stitch tape. This one here is water soluble. So if things like you want to wash or, you know, just maybe you went swimming and it's in your pocket. It just washes right out. And I'm going to show you on this little pouch that I made. I already have it stuck inside here. And I have a hard time sewing by hand. So I need a little help. So I'm going to take the tape off. Oops, let's go down here. I got it in there so good. I'm sorry, I just kind of...
You did such a good job. It's hard to get out.
It is, and I don't know why I'm having so much trouble. Oh, there, I got it. Oh, but I took it out of the thing. Maybe I should have had it unstuck before. I'm gonna tear this and start new. There we go. Now I got it started. So now I'm gonna put it back in here. Just like this, just stick it right in and push down. And then I'm going to go ahead and put that down. And now I'm going to peel it off. Okay, so after it's peeled, it's sticky on both sides. And I'm going to flip my heart seam over. And I'm going to try and show you that like that. Okay, so now I'm ready to hand stitch this. I don't have to try to keep it together. I don't worry about the tape because it washes out. Then the next thing, I'm just going to sneak this in here with this part. The seams. You know how seams just are so troublesome sometimes. They get so thick. Well, I like to use my R&K tool to push them out. And then I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to unfold this heart.
That's hard vinyl to work with, huh?
Yes, it is. This is from Kimberbell, the Stitched. I think it's called Stitched, where you can buy these online. There's no disc or anything for them.
Did you hear that Kimberbell will be live? Kim herself from Kimberbell.
I know, that's so exciting. That is just fantastic.
It'll be tomorrow at 2 p.m. This is actually OESD's expert point and press tool that Bridget's using.
And it is so helpful, incredibly helpful. Especially this vinyl is some tough stuff to work with and get it out and get it how you want it. But the point tool does a wonderful job at fixing your seams and pushing things out where they need to be out, like the tip of the heart, the bottom of the heart here. I'm just going to push that right out and push that little seam out a little bit. Now I'm going to zip this up because I haven't ironed this, remember, and I would iron it backwards. But we get this little cute heart zipper that I can, because of the tape, I can stitch by hand. I have it ready, and the R&K tool helped me push out these seams, and it just makes it so much easier to iron.
This product is available under the Floriani name, but this particular tool is the OESD version.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep going with the OESD version. Well, actually, I'm going to show you. This is going to be a giveaway today. Darren is going to find a way for me to give this away. I made this yesterday, and I wanted to show how that tape, here is my hole where I need to put, oh, this is my tape, where I need to sew it up. This won't gum up your needle, so you don't have to worry. And I'm going to just get a little bit going here again like I did the last time, so I don't have to fumble so much. Okay. And I'm going to set this in there right like this. And I didn't really make this piece big enough, but you will see exactly what I mean.
And she's using the water-soluble stitch perfection tape.
You know, I undid this. Okay, there we go. Well, yeah, I think from now on, I'm going to just take it out and not worry about that. Just do it when it's there. I'm going to push it down.
It's a double sticky tape,
It
basically.
is
Yeah.
double sticky. And I'm just going to lay that right there. And now I can sew it by hand or by machine, whichever you prefer.
Oh.
Okay.
Those are 3 great products.
They are. And again, the tool, when you do a bag, these corners are tough. And it's important when your bag is inside out to get those inside corners again. So what I want to do then is I want to turn this inside out. I want to try and get my corners as good as I can. But a lot of times you end up with a dimple. So I'm going to take the pressing tool with this dimple here. And I'm going to push it out and just let it, look at my corner. It is so nice and rounded. I mean, it's a rounded corner because it's a bag. And then I'm going to do the same with this one. I still have a dimple. So I'm going to take it again, and you can see my dimple there. And I'm going to push it out with this R&K tool. Just amazing. Now I'm going to turn this bag inside out.
The tool has like a rounded end, so it's not going to go through as a smaller
one and a bigger one.
Very nice.
And it won't go through your corners. I used to be one of those people. Yep. I would go through every single corner, but ever since I found this, it's not that way.
Nice.
And I'm going to poke these out just like this. Then the other thing this thing is so great for, okay, I have a seam up here that I really want to get it nice and crisp before I iron it. So I am just taking the big ball and then I run the little ball along that. And you can even see, I mean, this is just a really nice seam now. And last of all, I'm going to zip it up. And this is going to be a giveaway today. For Valentine's Day, you got a little sweetie you want to give this to, this would be perfect. Or keep it for yourself. So Darren, I'm just going to put that right up there.
Awesome.
And
Bridget is using the wool mat, and I have it upside down. And we have on our website, normally we have you click on the banner across the top, but if you just scroll right past it, the very first item on our website it says event specials, and some of these products are on that event specials section. Like the point turner tool will be on there. Stitch perfection tape will be there. If you can't find it, please email Jer at mulqueen.com.
I just have
I put that one up because
Elena?
It sounds frustrated, but I'm pretty sure that everything is just going to make her life so much easier now.
Thanks, Elena.
Adding that much stuff to her cart.
I just have one more thing I want to share with you, zippers. This is the tape, the RK Stitch Perfection tape, and it's water soluble. I have on my hoop here a place to put a zipper. Now I do use other tapes, but it never seems still to line up as perfect as I like. So what I do is I just take this off, just like this. And these tools are really all versatile together. I mean, they just all work so well. And
that's our Stitch Perfection tape.
Yes, it's a Stitch Perfection tape again. Okay, there we go. Now, I'm going to lay this zipper down in my hoop in between my lines there and get it just the way I want it. And I'm going to just put it down
last night during the sweet pea portion of our event, we played a video of how to do zippers in the embroidery hoop. And this is one way they could have done that, made it easier.
Yeah. So if you look on the back, you can see I am right between my line, or where my lines are. So my zipper isn't going to go anywheres. And then you just let the machine do what it needs to do. The other thing about this tape is if you're sewing a zipper, so we're going to pretend like we're going to make a bag, and a zipper bag. We have our Stitch Perfection tape on, and we'll use the purple instead. Okay, so we have to put this on, and you know, pins, they don't really work well with zippers. We all know that. We've had that experience. There you are. It's not going anywhere. Go ahead and sew it. Fold it over. And you have a great zipper way. You stitch on the top to, you know, to put it down. So I just, zippers, they used to scare me, and they don't anymore. They are just amazing. They, this tape is so versatile, so many ways you can use it. I have a lady in my park, she is just starting to quilt, and she's so nervous. So she takes the tape and she puts it on the seam, and then she puts the two together, like if this was two pieces, and then she does her 1/4 inch stitch. And she just says it just gives her that security. So that's what I have for you today. Thank you so much for watching. And if you have any questions, I am more than happy to answer them, or Darren might be able to answer them.
Nope, I'll leave it for you to answer.
Okay.
So Jared's going to announce the winner of the bag that you're so graciously made, and so you get a homemade bag. That's awesome, Bridget.
Oh, look, it's everyone's favorite Mulqueen.
What?
Alrighty, so we told you earlier in the first demo that we were going to give away rainbow software, and then we were giving away something to someone who found Darren's kids, Evan and Aiden, and then we were also giving away the pouch, the zipper pouch that Bridget had made. So I'm going to go ahead and put up the winner for the rainbow software right there. So congratulations, Judith Alster-Vasey. You have won the Floriani Rainbow software, which is one of the things that Trevor had talked about. So go ahead and email me. I will post my email as soon as I'm done here with these other giveaways. The next giveaway, Debbie Cattleman, you know you had already won, but you win an $11 gift card for finding Darren's kids. Darren always loses his kids. This time they weren't so lost, but good job on finding them. And then the very last one for Bridget's zipper bag right there is Fran Cuck. So Fran, congratulations. You won the zipper pouch. So not sure, Darren, do you want me to show them real quick while you guys are breaking that down, how to go ahead and do everything? Okay. All right. I'm going to remove this from the screen, put up my email real quick. Give me 1 second to bring this up.
Siser Vinyl Company will be coming on in about 15 minutes. Perfect. So,
Yeah, isn't that fabric? Oh, isn't that fabric so cool?
All right. So let me bring up my screen. All right. So let me bring this up. You guys talking? Monica would like to purchase a larger hoop for her embroidery machine. She has a Brother LB 8600 and an Elna Expressive 960. What are the largest you can get for these machines, go ahead and email me at that email there. That way I can go ahead and look everything up for you and let you know. It's not a 6800, it's an 8600. So, whoops. Mulqueen.com. All right. Don't want to post that yet. Let it load up real quick. Come on. There we go. All right. Did you miss Shannon Fabrics? Yes, that was yesterday. It would be in our first session yesterday. We had 2 sessions. You can go ahead and rewatch those on our Facebook, our YouTube, and those will be up there for the rest of our lives. But on here, Darren's over there laughing. On here, the Mulqueen Sewing and Fabrics Virtual Sewing, Quilting, and Embroidery Expo. The amount of times that I have said that, you'd think I wouldn't stutter on it. But right here, you go ahead and click this banner. The banner right there in the middle. Come on. The Wi-Fi is phenomenal here, just not when you actually need it. So it's coming up. Should be following shortly after. Go ahead and just keep posting some questions, and I will continually answer them as we're waiting for this to pop up. Your favorite was the scissors. The scissors are great. The Famore Scissor Company is just a phenomenal company to work with. We need more chair time.
Or did you order all those titanium? I mean, the
I did.
tungsten? Awesome.
I ordered. They didn't want to send us 50 of them.
Okay. We ordered a lot.
So I ordered 50 of them. Yep. Because the pricing that the people wanted, they couldn't get. But you guys will get the best of deals from us anyway. So look forward to those. We'll send out an email to everyone that wanted the rotary blades. Yeah, the link is still there if you do want to purchase. Another thing to add to that, while I let this load up a little bit better, all of the blades, I have you saved. Anyone that emailed me yesterday regarding the blades, go ahead and email me again, or not again, but if you do want the blades and you couldn't get them, go ahead and email me. That way I can get you put into the little folder that I have to go ahead and email everyone when those come in. So when you go to that banner, this one at the top of the page, you click on it on the home screen. Then it brings you to this page. On this page, it's the event links for every single day this week. We're already at Friday, Darren. I can't. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys. So we did Janome, and next is Siser, Brother, and then Fabric Confetti. So if I go ahead and click on Janome, that way you guys can see where these sewing machines are. These are the 3 machines. We have a lot more than 3 machines. There's only 3 machines on there when I looked at it last. So these are the few machines that we had actually talked about in the last couple days. So the first one here is the Janome 3160 Quilt of Valor. That's the one that's about 12 pounds, comes with 60 stitches, a quilting kit. It comes with the quilting table, all of your free motion quilting feet. And then the next one over is going to be the MC 9850. That is what Alba had gone over today. That's going to be the sewing and embroidery combo. And to kind of put it in layman's terms, whatever price you spend on a machine, so being $1,800, you get 10% on a gift card. So $180 gift card. And same goes for like the Janome 3160. It's going to be, you get a $60 gift card. So go ahead and if you do want to purchase a machine, just know that you will be entered into be a Perks Club member. So you'll get 20% off all your notions for life. And 2, you'll get a shopping spree. It's a Janome, it's a Mulqueen sewing store or sewing fabric centers gift card. So you can use it in our stores, but it is a Janome accessory gift card. Then next thing I just want to show you on here real quick is that Elna Press. You get a $100 Mulqueen gift card. the 6650. I hope that we're going over that tomorrow. If not, I'm going to show you guys that tomorrow myself. That is a phenomenal machine. So look forward to that tomorrow. Let's see what else you got. Oh yeah. Also, the blades are up on their site. So if you were looking to purchase them, go ahead and go back to their site. You can go ahead and go right to their site and purchase those. You wish you could buy direct from Mulqueens versus individual vendors. You can. If you're an actual store, you can go ahead and give us a call. Sandy, anyone that's won prizes, bear with us. It's gonna be. Oh yeah. So let me just give this real quick. Let me type this in. That's the discount. It's on the chat right there. That's the discount for the sewing or the Famor scissors. If you want a gift card, if you won any of the prizes over time, bear with us. It'll be Monday or Tuesday before you get a link in your email with the gift card code. So just give us a little bit. It's basically Darren and myself running this portion. My dad Ken is in the back. Every time that a new product comes onto the screen, we text him and we're like, hey, get that up there. So just bear with us. We're basically a three-man group right now. As far as the shipping goes, I have my sister Ashling, my grandma, and Keith, as well as a few others that are kind of popping in and out, just running around the store, just pulling. There's empty hooks left and right. You guys are absolutely selling out this store, so we appreciate that. But any other questions until I end this real quick so we can get ready for Siser Vinyl to come on? You missed Wednesday's event. Yes, you can go ahead and view it on our YouTube or our Facebook page. Get rid of this guy here. We can ship to Canada. Please just give us a call at the store. The number's down at the bottom of the screen, or email me at my email right there. And then let's see. I don't know. Darren's walking in right now. Do we carry the Famor left-handed scissors in store?
Our Famor scissor wall is going to get bigger and bigger, but right now we don't, unfortunately. So that'll be something to order from their site and get the 10% off right now.
So I'm going to post this real quick. Thanks, Kyra. If your order comes in today, chances are it will ship out tomorrow, unless it has products that you've seen in here that have already sold out that we're waiting on them to come in. And what I mean by that is anything that, like the irons for sale. If you
wait, Jared, there's an important message coming in. We have a customer, Angie Hernandez, has brought sandwiches. Would you want ham or turkey?
That's an important message.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it was important.
Turkey. What does everyone else want in here? We'll send you we'll send you one through my email. I'll send you a sandwich through the email.
You were saying about the shipping?
Oh yeah, but if you place an order and it's something that we've already sold out of, just bear with us for until those products come in. As soon as those come in, they will be packed up, shipped out. So as soon as the products come in, it'll be within a week or two, because every day we place the order for that many products each day. And then as soon as they come into the store, we will go ahead and ship those out right away. So it'll be about 3 to 5 days to be safe once those products land here. Everyone's commenting what they want. You should get ham. The sewing cabinet insert is listed at $99, but goes into the cart at $119. Linda, go ahead and call the store if that's something you want to purchase right now. Otherwise, we will get it fixed in the meantime. Let's see. How often is your scissors sharpening schedule? George is great about it. It takes about, he should technically get it done every Thursday. Right now, there's only 2 techs back there. We have a couple techs that are just out sick. So go ahead and you can drop them off anytime. We don't sharpen micro serrated blades, but we do sharpen everything else. Pinking shears are $8, and regular scissors are $5. If it's a Famore scissor that you bought through us, by all means, we will sharpen them for free. Mighty Fuse. That's a good question. We're going to try to get that up here shortly. I don't know why it hasn't been up there. Mulqueen's financing. Financing works. It's through Synchrony. I don't know if you've ever heard of Synchrony Bank, but we go through Synchrony. If you want to purchase a, here comes Darren to interrupt me again. If you want to purchase a machine or anything that you're going to use Synchrony for, you can come into the store. You can't do it wirelessly right now or remotely. You have to come into the store. We need you to sign paperwork, but you can come in. It's basically the same as signing up for a credit card, basically. If only one item is temporarily out of stock, will you send 2 shipments? Absolutely. If it's something that we're waiting on it coming in, and you've ordered, say, 100 things, and one of those 100 isn't going to come in for 2 weeks, we will absolutely send everything else out to you prior to that coming in. All right, snap hoops, monsters. Yes, they are specific to each brand. So if you want a brother, you have to order a brother. If you want a Janome, you have to order a Janome. At the moment, we don't carry the Janome ones, but if it's something that you're interested in, or if that's what you're looking for, we can always work something to get those in. But the brother ones we always carry in stock, and actually Dime will be on.
Well, Dime wasn't available for this time, but they did send us videos, so we were going to play videos at some point. Talking about their hoop mat that we have on sale. Talk about the magnetic hoops and the King Star metallic threads.
And then this is the last question I'll answer before I have to disconnect for a second. Robin asked, do they come to Glendale for scissor sharpening? No, but you can drop them off at Glendale just like a sewing machine. Most sewing machines aren't serviced in Glendale. They're dropped off at Glendale, and you can pick them back up there. But we have a truck that goes around 5 days a week. It'll get thrown on the truck, drive it to the Mesa store. George will work on it. As soon as those scissors are done or your sewing machine is done, you get them back to your house or to the Glendale store, which could also be considered your house depending on how much of a regular you are.
Hey, Jer.
Yeah.
Can you rewind a little bit? We don't throw them on the truck. We set them very gently. Yes. And we do have a tech, just so you know, over there in Glendale that can do a lot of the repairs, but we do send because we do a lot of service work because of the quality of the work we do, and so the overflow definitely comes over here to the Mesa location. So we're almost ready for Siser. I keep saying Siser. I don't know why, but it's Caesar, like the salad dressing. Caesar Vinyl Company will be. We don't see him in the back room yet, but a gentleman from the Caesar Vinyl Company. He does all of their. Not all, but a lot of their videos on YouTube and Facebook, talking about how to cut stuff with digital cutters. They have scan and cuts in their office, although they are out of the office with the scan and cuts. He does have a different cutter there. He will discuss, because the vinyl, it doesn't matter what brand of cutter you have. If you have a Cricut or a Silhouette Cameo, we recommend the Brother Scan and Cut. It is by far the easiest cutter. No computer required. You just scan an image in, and then you can cut it out in vinyl, and then you can heat press it with the Elna 450 press. So we're just waiting for Patrick, but his name is Patrick. He has a crafting with Patrick is his kind of motto on YouTube. But he will be here shortly. We're just going to pause for a few moments until we get him in the back room, and we will see you in about, 5 minutes or so. Hello, everybody. We're back for our Siser vinyl demonstration. I said it correctly that time. Siser, like the salad dressing. We have a complete lineup of colors in our store. They're already pre-cut for you. We carry many different styles, whether you're going to make a shirt, you're going to do a hat with the heat transfer vinyl, or you want to do a masking for glass etching, or you want to put a mural on the wall of vines or whatever you cut out from a digital cutter. Or if you want something permanent, like to put on the window of a car, or on a dish or something that is decorative that you want to stay. We carry a full line of vinyls. We carry the Brothers Scan and Cut, which is a digital cutter. We carry the heat presses. We have basically the full setup to start your own business in the cutting world. We have applique pressing sheets, which you would put down on the top so you don't damage the bottom of your iron. So we're a full service shop for all of your vinyl and digital cutting needs. And when we had a friend recommend, why don't we have Siser come on live with us? And I was like, whoa, that is amazing. I would love that. And Patrick reached out to us not too long ago. And so we are excited. I'm going to bring in Patrick here real quick. And then he has some cool demos for us. Hey, Patrick, how are you?
Hi, can everybody hear me good?
That is perfect. Yep, you have great sound. I see you have quite a setup there. That's really cool.
Well, listen, I took this morning to paint this wall, and I made these just for this today. So
you did such a good job.
Yeah, all special just for you guys.
Yeah, that is very nice. Patrick, thank you so much for doing this. We are very excited. We've been selling the vinyl for a while now, but we've never had anybody really show us about it. So this is great for everyone. We are going to do a giveaway at the end. We're going to give away more of our USB sticks. So anybody that comments during this this presentation, we will randomly draw some winners and announce them here shortly when I come back on. Patrick, it's all yours. Thank you very much.
Awesome, no problem. And like we spoke about earlier too, please, if any questions come in, if anybody has any additional questions about things, we're going to do a quick Q&A. I want to spend about 30 minutes of our time together just showing you the different opportunities and things you can use Siser heat transfer vinyl for, as well as Siser pressure sensitive vinyl. And then we'll also do a question and answer. I know there's quite a few people in the stream, so I know that Darren and the team over there are facilitating that. So like Darren said, my name is Patrick Ali. I'm the North American sales rep for Siser North America. We're a company that's actually based out of Italy, and we have a location here in the United States. Our home base is actually about 15 minutes north of Detroit. We also have a Latin American team down in Florida as well. So between all three of our locations, whether in North America or overseas, we just try to offer the best product and offer, quality product to you so that you can decorate for any of your decoration needs. So with that said, part of my job here today is obviously to educate you, number one, on our product, let you know how it can work in your business, potentially show you a couple tips and tricks along the way, and then offer my services up to you, forever. If you ever have questions, I'm always 100% available. So with that said, what is heat transfer vinyl? For anybody that doesn't know what heat transfer vinyl is, it is basically a vinyl that has an adhesive backer that is heat and pressure activated that allows you to then decorate a garment. Most people are used to seeing, you go to a football game, mom has name and number of their kid on the back of their shirt, or you may see some folks that decorate it for their personal businesses, like myself. But that's essentially what it is. Now, the world of heat transfer vinyl is very versatile. It means that there are a ton of different application processes that you can use, and there's a ton of different opportunities and options that you have with heat transfer vinyl, not only with the product line, but also with the color scheme, with the different thicknesses and ability to do, a couple of different cool techniques, which I'll show you. Now, some of these products, I will preface this by saying, some of these products are pressure sensitive, and what that means is they're adhesive backer. Basically, I explain it like this: they're sticker back. Okay, so you don't have to heat apply them to do that. So if you don't have a heat press, you don't have a home iron at home, there's still a ton of opportunities to create and explore the world and start, add these to your business. I know a lot of folks that like to actually make car decals. You may be an embroiderer out there, or you may be a seamstress company, or you may do applique, or you may do quilt. Whatever it is, whatever your business is, you can utilize these products in your day-to-day. So it's very, very cool. Now, with that said, I want to get into some different types of heat transfer vinyl. We'll just kind of explain them, explain their purposes, and then we'll also go into some demoing. Okay. With that said, I got a heat press here. I'm lucky enough that I have a heat press here, but if you don't have a heat press, not a big deal. A lot of these you can use with your home iron. I know that the Mulqueen team has basically garment presses. I will preface by saying that those are a heat surface, a warm surface that you're able to then heat these up. You do have to make sure, though, that your settings are correct. So I always tell people, if you're going to use anything other than what's recommended, which is okay, right? Because folks have different things all the time that they utilize that work, and some that don't work. So if you're going to use something, always just make sure you're testing. Just always test out your products, and we're going to show you how to do some tests here today as well. With that said, let's just get into our baseline. So this is a line that we created originally. This is kind of our flagship line, Siser Easy Weed. Okay, so our Siser Easy Weed comes in a variety of different colors, and there's also a couple different lines. There's Easy Weed, which is a standard line, and then we have what's called Easy Weed Stretch. What we basically did is we wanted a way to be able to adhere, a logo on a shirt, or decorate garments, decorate backpacks, decorate shoes, everything. The whole decoration world. This is an insane world, and there's a lot of people in it that do a lot of different things. So we wanted to offer that up. However, there was a need for a stretchier material, something that would allow you to get the bounce back that you were looking for. Easy Weed is a great starter material to use. I have it in a couple different colors here just because I grabbed a gamut of stuff. I wanted to do some cutting demonstrations. However, we don't have a power cord to one of our cutters. Unfortunately, it's okay, but we can at least explain them. But they come in a variety of colors. It allows you to open up the world of possibilities with your decorator. You can go to CaesarNA.com and see the different varieties, or obviously Mulqueen is the perfect place to start looking for different variations. One other thing too that we offer, I believe, and Darren, correct me if I'm wrong, I know that Mulqueen has holographic, if I'm not mistaken, but we also have glitter type vinyls, which are different type of textured vinyls. We have the holographic, which offers just a different texture, a different style. And then we also have like glitter type vinyls that offer, again, more texture, more dimension, more depth to your projects. And then also too, one thing that we're going to be talking about today as well, which are always fun, is PSV, or pressure sensitive vinyl. What that basically means, again, it's a stickered vinyl. It has an adhesive back. It's pressure sensitive, not heat sensitive. So you're able to put these on, car decals. You're able to put them on your kids. I always love to use my kids as an example. They put them on their pencil boxes when they go to school, and they put them on their notebooks and stuff like that. So it's always fun. As well as I do even wrapping with these as well. And if you don't know what wrapping is, typically you'll see in the car industry that people wrap cars. I'm going to tell you this right now. This pressure sensitive vinyl is not made for car wrapping. However, I do wrap little things like you'll wrap pens that you might use. I actually thought I had one here, but I might not. Elise, if you don't, can you grab me that cup really quick? Just toss it over here. Also, too, one of the biggest applications for pressure sensitive vinyl is always going to be, a lot of people like tumblers. I know the Starbucks tumblers are really big right now. Again, there's another pen right here. Thank you, Anna. We have a pen right here that's actually wrapped. I know you kind of can't see that, but it's wrapped, and it's just to add style. That's what we're trying to do. We try to add style to everybody's life. With that said, I want to get into a couple of things here with our heat transfer vinyl and show you some simple techniques and things that might be able to apply to your world. Now, I know that some folks in here may be Cricut users, you may be Silhouette users, you may be Roland users, you may be Brother Scan and Cut users. So I'm going to talk generally to the masses about this process, but definitely understand that there may be different translations to what I'm telling you, depending on what type of equipment you're using, and I'll try to translate as much as I can for the different styles of cutters. So typically what most people are used to seeing with heat transfer vinyl, and let me actually see if I can switch cameras here really quick in this feed. Let's go into the cameras. Give me 1 second. See if I can go into there. Perfect. I'm just kind of trying to switch between cameras just so everybody can see what I'm doing. So with that said, typically what folks are used to seeing is Easy Weed in a one color, okay? And as you can see, this right here is a pre-cut design. And I know that some of you that do applique and some of you that might do embroidery and stuff don't mind this yet. We'll talk about this in a minute, I promise. But they're typically used to seeing it in one color, okay? Well, there's a very simple technique that's called a contour or a cut contour or a contour or knockout method that we're going to talk about here when it comes to adding two colors. So as you can see, I have the same design here, okay? And typically in Cricut, you'll be able to put your letters on and then you can add your contour afterwards or your border, and then you'll simply thicken it enough to where you'll get what kind of looks like this. Well, obviously, this doesn't necessarily tell me what this word says, as everybody can clearly see. However, if I add these two together, this now gives me a nice cut contour around my image. So I'm going to just go over to my heat press here really quick, and I want to just show you this really fast of what this actually looks like. So anytime we're dealing with a cut contour, okay, or we're dealing with the two-color Easy Weed design, typically what we want to make sure that we're doing is we want to make sure that we're registering properly. So in your cut software, you'll see that the actual design will be the two colors that you're looking for. However, you have to make sure that once you're done, you're using a knockout method or a kiss cut method to then split the difference of the two actual Easy Weed vinyls, okay? Now, what I always recommend to people, and we're going to show you this, once you figure that portion out, and again, you can always reach out to us at SiserNA.com. You can also go to info@SiserNA and just ask for me personally, and I can show you in depth how to do this. But now that we have the two colors, we have a cool design. How do we get it onto the shirt? Well, simple enough. We have a heat press here and these cute little mini tees that we bring around to shows all the time. And sorry for the jingling because I have the camera attached to the table here. With that said, I'm always preheating a garment, okay? Anytime I'm working with any type of shirts, working with any type of cotton, polyester type of materials, I always want to make sure that I pre-press. What this is allowing me to do is get any additional moisture out of the actual fabric, but it's also giving me the ability to then take the shirt that will naturally, or the cotton that will naturally shrink. And I'm just using shirts as an example for this, but it'll allow that cotton or that fabric to shrink down a little bit so that I won't get any shrinkage after I'm done pressing. So typically I always tell people when you have two types of cut contour and a vinyl, you have a foreground and a background. What we always want to do is make sure that we line our colors up first, okay? And when we line our colors up, I can make sure that I have proper registration, meaning the contour itself is aligned properly on the final product. Now, what I'm actually going to go ahead and do is when I apply this, I'm not going to apply these two together because that would be a huge mistake. What that's going to do is it's going to stick or adhere the top layer to the carrier sheet of the bottom layer. But I am going to use that registration as a trick when I go to apply. So I'm going to apply it to my shirt. I'm going to line it up, just see where I want. I haven't pressed it yet, okay? And then what I'm actually able to do is take that top layer off, okay, exposing just the back layer that I have. And then you always want to use a cover sheet. Now, you can use Teflon sheets. Sometimes I just get dollar store parchment paper. Whatever works for you and your business or as an option, it definitely is up to you. I always recommend using a Teflon sheet. However, for this sake, I found obviously some parchment paper on my desk here, so we're going to use that. So I'm going to do a quick pre-press on this shirt. Now, every Easy Weed color is a 1-second tack. So I simply tack it one time, pick it up, and then now I can go ahead and peel away that bottom layer. Now, why am I doing a 1-second tack? You're probably thinking to yourself, you know, this is not going to hold long term. You're absolutely right. With a 1-second tack, you're getting enough adhesion to the shirt that'll actually work. However, the reason why is that vinyl, the way that a vinyl is constructed, there's calendared and there's cast vinyl. With calendared vinyl, there's a memory to the actual vinyl itself. Let me change cameras here one more time. Sorry about that. All right. with calendared vinyl, there's actually a memory from the original state, because what it is it's basically poured into a reservoir and it's stretched out over a large carrier, correct? So with that said, it's always going to want to go back to its natural state. So when I actually heat apply vinyl, what it's doing is it's starting to shrink quite a bit, right? And it will shrink over time. That's just how the vinyl itself works. However, the 1 second tack is allowing me to register properly, because three things have to come into effect in this. I have to make sure I preheat my garment so that I can get all the additional moisture out, okay? And if there's anybody confused about this, we'll go more in depth if you have questions, but I want to preheat my garment to get the additional moisture out, allow the garment to shrink to its final stage, be like basically you putting the garment in the dryer a couple of different times, right? Normally it shrinks a little bit, okay? And then I'm not allowing my vinyl to shrink down too much by doing a 1 second tack, okay? So now we're going to get back into our actual application. Now I can take my top layer, and I'll just throw it right here on there so you can see me putting it on. I can go ahead now and put it back in, and now I know that my contour or my registration is going to be just as even as when I put it onto the shirt itself. So we'll do our top layer. Again, I always recommend just doing a 1 second tack. That's all you need to get it to initially tack down to the shirt. And then once I peel that, oh, sorry. There we go. Okay. Once I peel that, I'm going to then go back for a final press. We recommend that all of our heat transfer vinyls, recommend that all of our heat transfer vinyls are typically a 15 second to 20 second tack, okay? Meaning that's how long we're going to press them for. Because I'm using the 1 second tack method, it's just so I can get all of my colors and my contour in there correctly, in my image correct, and then I can go back and press for that full 15 seconds, which will give me the final adherence to the actual fabric or the actual shirt itself, if that makes sense. So while that's going on, I'm just going to do some cleanup here, and then we'll actually show you a couple of different methods and a couple of different tricks that you can actually use. So let's pull that up. Now that I did my final adherence, now I have my two color logo or two color design. Hold on 1 second. Perfect. All right. Katie asks, is it necessary to pre-wash? Katie, I personally recommend, this is a debate, right? Everybody will have a different thought on this. However, I like to pre-wash all of my garments just in my personal business. The reason why I like to pre-wash my garments is, number one, it allows for that shrinkage to happen the way it's going to happen anyway. So if I don't pre-wash a garment, okay, and then I go ahead and press, I don't do a pre-press, I go ahead and press my vinyl, there's a chance, not all the time, there is a chance that the actual shirt or the vinyl will start to crinkle, okay, or it'll start to kind of ripple. Now, is that a huge issue? No, you can always go back, tack it again, you know, press it again, and it'll get all those wrinkles out for you. That's fine. However, for me personally, I always pre-wash my garments just because it allows the shirt to shrink down as much as it can. Gets, especially for synthetic fibers that are pre-dyed, it also gives me a chance to get all that excess dye out. One of my favorite things to do, and I don't know why I'm kind of weird like this, when you first wash a pair of jeans and you actually watch the water go into, you know, your sink reservoir, your waste reservoir, you'll actually see the water's blue, you know, because it's taking out some of the color of that initial coloring of the fibers itself in the actual jeans. Well, the same kind of thing happens with shirts and other garments as well. They might not have as much you know, dissipation of color. However, I just like to get that one. So to answer your question, yes, I always pre-wash. Is it necessary? Not necessarily, but make sure you at least do a pre-press on all of your garments. What else do we got? Pressing cloth, silicone, or parchment paper, which is best? Here's the thing. I like using personally, I like using Teflon sheet. Or in this case, you know, you could use like a parchment paper, but I like using a Teflon sheet. Reason why I like using a Teflon sheet is, for me personally, there's a debate, you know, amongst folks that like heat transfer vinyl. Some like to see the fibers. Some think you have to see the fibers to get a proper adherence to your garment. Some folks don't necessarily care if they see the fibers. I will tell you this, heat transfer vinyl is not necessarily made to see the fibers. It shouldn't be, you shouldn't be pressing so hard on your garment and pressing so hard on your vinyl that you're seeing all the little individual fibers of the shirt. What it's basically meaning is that you're starting to scorch, or you're starting to overpress or overheat your heat transfer vinyl. Now, how do you solve the problem? If you do it the proper way, you're pressing the proper way, Teflon sheet gives me the same quote unquote look. So I have the feeling that I'm seeing all of the little fibers, but it's actually just sitting basically on the surface of the fiber itself, for sure. So with that said, this one, maybe we'll give Darren, maybe we got to give these to a little lucky winner or something, just whoever joined the class. I want to show you the same exact design, which is the Hope sign that we just did, or the Hope logo that we just did on that shirt. But this time I want to show you an interesting method. Now, Easy Weed is simply, let me grab a weeder, is simply the same, or as the name that we've, utilized. It is easy and simple HTV to weed, right? Now, there's a simple way to make it even easier to weed, and that's by applying a little bit of heat. Now, when you're pressing onto a garment, or you're using heat transfer vinyl and making a t-shirt of some kind, and I'm going to switch cameras while I'm talking here, typically you are weeding away the excess material. So when you do a final cut, right, so this is one solid piece, and then you can kind of see, let me see if you can see those cut lines. On the back, you can kind of see them. You can kind of see really fine cut lines that are defined on the actual heat transfer vinyl. So with that said, part of the process of making a t-shirt or making a decorated garment or making anything, you need to then pierce a corner once you have your cut lines all built in. And you need to, let me just grab this little corner right here. I'm on the struggle bus right now. You need to be able to then peel away all of the excess material, okay? Which will then, in turn, expose that foreground or that background that we had on the Hope sign, right? So with that said, there's a lot more simplistic way of doing this. If you have a heat press, you have a heating pad, or you have a heating element, what you can go ahead and do, and I'm going to make sure that you can get this camera in. Okay. If I take my heating element and I just heat up the lower platen, a table, a towel, whatever it is, just a little bit. So now it's kind of warm to the touch, or ooh, that's hot to the touch. I can go ahead and take my Easy Weed, the cut side down. So anytime you see any Easy Weed, the carrier is always shiny, and usually the back, or the portion that needs to be up to cut, is kind of dull, or it might be frosted. Okay, that's just letting you know that there's a distinct front side and back side. I can go with it with the front side facing down, okay? Allow it to heat up just a little bit. And in theory, that's going to start activating the adhesive, not to the point that it's going to adhere to a shirt, but to the point that it makes it a lot more simplistic to weed and a lot faster to weed than before. Does that make sense? Hopefully it makes sense to everybody. Alrighty, so let's switch cameras really quick here. I'm switching back and forth. We're doing the switching back and forth dance. All right, with that said, we are going to show you a couple of different options. Now, I showed you basically a foreground and a background stacked on top of each other, okay? Meaning that I have a solid piece of vinyl, and on top of it, I'm putting a solid piece of HTV on top of that where it's adhering. Now, we do have product lines like holographic, glitter, brick, where they're not layerable products, or they're not recommended. I'll say that because I know that there's going to be folks that say, hey, these products are, these products, I've used them plenty of times and I've layered them without any issues. Okay. I will tell you, yes, some of them you can layer them. However, we go based off of and how we grade all of our heat transfer vinyls and our decorated garments is that by a wash test. Okay. And what that means is that they have to pass a wash test for us to approve them to be layerable. The problem with glitter is it is a rigid material. And what does that mean when it's a rigid material? It means that the full adherence of the actual adhesive on the back doesn't stick to or adhere to the top layer, the rigid layer of the actual glitter, just because there are little tiny glitter flakes in it. With that said, we have to be able to decorate with everything, because as a crafter myself, I like to be able to utilize the world around me as a canvas. So how do we make this work? Well, we do what's called a knockout method. Okay, I think some some call it knockout, some call it kiss cut. Essentially what that is, and I'm going to show you on these two examples that I have. Sorry, I'm switching back and forth so much here. Is that I have two seemingly simple glitter patterns, and the same with holographic. This is just what I grabbed when I came down here. So with that said, I have a heart and I have this outline. Now, when I put these both together, which you'll see better on the shirt, not necessarily on here, it looks like it's all layered, correct? Well, in theory, it is layered. But in actuality, it's what's called a contour cut or a knockout method. I've basically taken enough of this white material, okay, border, and I've made that to seem like it is connected to the edge of the red glitter, okay? So with that, it can then give you the appearance that it is actually one piece, but in theory, you know, in all actuality, it's actually two different pieces. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to apply these as well. Again, with any glitter, if you're working with a glitter, a holographic, a brick, if you're working with thicker materials and thinner materials. So let's just say that I'm going to heat apply holographic, easy weed, and then maybe I want to throw in a brick, okay? What I want to be able to do is I want to go with the thinnest material all the way up to the thickest material first, right? And the reason being is that if I say I were to adhere glitter down to my shirt first, and then I want to put easy weed just inside of all of the cavities, right? Well, what's going to happen is obviously the platen isn't going to allow that easy weed to adhere all the way down to the garment because there's nothing for it to grab onto. It has this little bit of a gap of the glitter because the glitter is a thicker vinyl. So with that said, simple enough, if you have two different colors or you're using multiple different types of heat transfer vinyl, make sure that you're always working from smallest to biggest in your image, as well as if you have an image, just like I have here where the white the white foreground is actually wider than the red background. I want to make sure that I'm putting on the red first, and then I'm going to go ahead and put down the white over top. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and put this on, and we'll give this a couple more seconds. These are all of these can be tacked for a few short seconds. I'm not necessarily worried so much, and I didn't preheat this garment just to see if it'll curl on me. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. All right, so I'm simply pressing the top down. Now, all of them can be pressed for a short time. I like to go a little bit longer on like the glitters and the thicker vinyls, because remember, the heat has to travel further to get down to the garment itself. And then all I'm using is my table, or I'm just allowing it to air out and cool a little bit before I actually go ahead and peel my glitter or my carrier off. So now there's the first part, which that's kind of cool. We could actually keep that too. All right, and then now if I want to add that second layer, which again is my foreground to the background that I have, I can register that. And actually, let me just make sure that all of it will line up. And we should be good. Okay, perfect. So now I can go ahead, grab my parchment paper. I'm doing it like 9 different ways so you guys can see the do's and don'ts. Do what I say, not as I do sometimes, I guess. All right, so we got a good little pre-press on there. I'm going to allow this to cool off. All righty, just trying to give it some time. And if you guys have any questions, or you can pop any questions up, feel free to at any time. I actually like this platform a lot. It's kind of easy to work with. So, all right, now I can take that off. And I'm not going to do the final press right now, but now you can see what my actual design looks like on a shirt. It's kind of cool. And then what I would then go ahead and do again, I would go back and I would, do my final press on this as well. Okay, so let's get into a couple of things really quick. Does anybody have any questions before we move on? I know that we're about 20 minutes in right now, but if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Also, too, Mulqueen.com is where you can go and get a lot of our materials, as well as types of presses, and I believe Brother Dealer as well. So you can get cutters and stuff like that. I have large variety of different things that you can use. Oh, I did want to show you really quick. The good news is there's two things for anybody out there. Oh, we got one question. Sometimes part of a letter just won't adhere. Is there glue or other solution to get the last part of the vinyl to adhere? Okay, Mark, great question. So typically when you have any variance in failure, okay, for vinyl, meaning that one side or the other may be peeling or you may see a peel, there is things to look out for, and I appreciate you bringing this up because it's something I do want to touch on. There are things to look out for in any garment to make sure that they adhere properly. The biggest thing is the seam of your collar. A lot of people have seams of collars. This one's a longer seam that actually has buttons. And then, you know, you have a lot of the North Face type coats or hoodies, things that you may be decorating with heat transfer vinyl also have large seams and pockets. You have to be aware that when you actually press your heat transfer vinyl on a garment, that you have clear, you know, basically clearance across the entire platen that it'll be touching. Okay, so with what I mean by that is typically when you're seeing failure only to one side of a design or the other, a lot of times that just means that you have an uneven platen. A lot of way the heat presses out there or home irons are constructed are basically weight is shifted from one side or the other. So you have to be able to counteract that. So a lot of questions that I get and if folks ask me when they have failure is why does my, you know, Cricut Easy Press or why does my home iron, why do I keep getting failure? Well, understand a lot of irons are basically made just like an iron, right? So it's big on one side and it goes really skinny on the other side. Well, it's tough for somebody to get the proper amount of pressure down when it's say a medium or high pressure or even a low pressure type adhesive vinyl or pressure or heat transfer vinyl. So you have to make sure that your pressure is firm and even across the whole thing. So with that, that could be why you're getting some. Now, a simple solution for that typically is go over to where that's failing, okay, and try to repress it. But make sure that when you're pressing it, that you're not getting obstructed by either a seam like of a collar, that you're not getting obstructed by a sleeve or something like that. Can I talk about, so Candy, which awesome name, by the way, can you talk about cold peel versus hot peel? Yes. So some heat transfer vinyls are graded for a cold peel and some are graded for a hot peel. What that basically means is, and typically what you'll see is thicker materials because you're applying, like say, Easy Weed, correct, to a shirt or a garment or whatever you're decorating. It's a thinner material, so the heat travels faster, right? On a thicker material, the heat actually travels slower. So what I mean by that is a brick may take longer, maybe longer in time, but it's also going to take you longer to cool that item off because there's more surface area and there's more opportunity for that radiant heat or that heat to stay within that material. Typically, you'll see that with glitter as well. It takes a little bit longer because of the actual makeup of the material itself is a little bit thicker. It's made to be thicker and more rigid, which typically that's when you're going to see that. Now, I do not think, and Darren can answer this once he hops back on, I do not think that they have necessarily the standard heat press. However, we were talking actually about the presses that are available are more for garment presses. And I'm curious to know if those work. The Elna press, that's what it is. Yeah. So the Elna press would be probably perfect for it. And the reason why too is that it's allowing you, the Elna press is designed the same way that a heat press is designed. It's just longer. That's all it is. But with that, the Elna press is going to allow you even pressure across the entire surface of your garment. Now, again, make sure, and I always tell people this, just like I prefaced in the beginning of this thing, is that make sure that you're just testing your materials out, because what might work for you may not work for somebody else. So if, say you purchase an Elna press and it works beautifully for you, or say you purchase an Elna press and it doesn't necessarily work out for you, that's okay. There's ways to troubleshoot that. So that's why you need to call us and contact us. I know that, you know, obviously Mulqueen can answer those questions, but feel free, info@siserna.com, ask for me personally and put in the subject line whatever questions you have, whether it's, hey, I have an Elna press question, or I have a HCV question, a PSV question, we're always available to answer. What is car wrapping, like applying car decals? No. So applying car decals are simply bumper stickers, window clings, stuff like that, okay? Car wrapping is where you actually, it's very, very cool to see. And again, I want to make sure that we talk about this as, you know, as we're talking about pressure sensitive vinyl. Our pressure sensitive vinyl is not graded to wrap cars, okay? There are a lot of companies out there that carry car wrapping pressure sensitive vinyls, and they're awesome, but it's basically just changing the entire color of your car. A lot of times you'll see the modified vehicles out there that have really cool, you know, like effects to the actual paint or seemingly paint. A lot of times that's actually just pressure sensitive vinyl, which is cool. But they also have clear films too, which is awesome. In the car wrapping world, they have clear films that will actually protect the seams and your bumper and protect the seam of your hood and things like that as well. So that's what car wrapping is. Decal vinyl is what we're going to get into next. And decal vinyl is actually it's more for making window stickers, bumper stickers, stuff like that. Okay, just to clarify. I did want to show one thing because I know that there are some sewers, embroiderers, and stuff like that in the group. You can actually use glitter HTV for applique. And this is actually something that someone made for us a while ago. Oh, I got to like figure out where the camera is. Made for us a while ago, which is kind of cool. Because glitter will, you know, most of the time when you're doing any type of embroidery or applique, you need, especially if you're using heat transfer vinyl, you need something that not only will tear north and south, east and west, but will tear diagonally, basically have freedom to tear in any direction, you know, that you're trying to eliminate any negative space. So with that, our glitter is the only line that we have right now, as well as our holographic, that will tear properly for you when you are making these kind of things. But I just wanted to show you guys, so I think that's kind of cool. Alrighty. Let's, you know what, actually, let's just keep the camera up here. There is now the cool invention or cool creation. And really quick, got one question. What was that last question here? I know it said what vinyl. Let's see. What vinyl would you recommend if you want to add car decals? Okay, perfect. This is actually rolling right into what we're about to talk about. No problem, Sherry. So with that, we have Easy PSV. So we have this Easy Weed line, and it was a huge hit, and everybody loved it, and everybody, you know, liked how the ease of use, the weedability, the workability of the product. So we decided, simply enough, to make it, and I know I keep switching cameras on you guys, so I apologize. We basically made that in Easy PSV, and what this basically is this is an adhesive vinyl. Not heat sensitive, but it is a pressure sensitive vinyl. And what you're able to then do with this is go ahead and remove it from its carrier. Let me just get the transfer tape. Remove it from its carrier itself. And as you can see, it looks different. It's not milky on the back, but it has an adhesive on it. And then you can go ahead and let me find something to stick it to, just because we're talking about it. So I have like a cup. All right, and this has some on it already, but I have a cup here. I can go ahead and line up my Easy PSV. Right there. I'm going to use a squeegee to then make sure that I squeeze it to my cup. We're always working from the middle to the outer portions of your design. And then now what I can do is I can go ahead and peel that up. My transfer tape. And I have a pretty cool PSV design now on my cup. Now, with that said, we do have one question. Does Mulqueen carry vinyl for embroidery? Now, like I said, glitter and holographic both can work. I mean, here's the thing, is that if you can find a way, where there's a will, there's a way. All of our vinyls will actually, you know, work with this process. But what you're basically looking for is something that obviously can, I know a lot of embroiderers say that you have to have, and I'm not an embroiderer myself, but I know they say that you have to have something that can actually tear away without tearing your threads. So, you know, that's definitely something to keep in mind, making sure that whatever vinyl you use, that it's available to, or it's able to rip away in multiple places. Let me switch back over here. So with that said, like I was saying earlier, we have the invention of easy PSV or adhesive vinyl, sticker vinyl, tacky vinyl, whatever you want to call it. It's not heat transfer, heat activated. Okay. Now the cool part about easy PSV is that you can use this for a wide range of things. Not only can you use it to make a car decal, and a lot of folks start out that way in their businesses where they make a car decal and they'll, sell those, or, say, we always like to do it every year. My wife and I like to make breast cancer awareness ribbons, and we just give them out. And it's just something that we like to do for folks. We did have a family member who had breast cancer, and so it's just something that we can kind of give back to our community and to people to spread awareness. So with that, we'll usually use PSV, and then you can slap it on your car, you can slap it on a notebook, you can put it on, again, you can put it on a cup, and there's a ton of different stuff around here. Actually, this right here, this picture is actually all PSV, and you can actually, create everything. The world of heat transfer vinyl and pressure sensitive vinyl is a world where you can utilize your creativity in a new way, and it's fairly cheap to get involved with. Most heat transfer vinyls and pressure sensitive vinyls are very inexpensive. Machines are very inexpensive. And again, I know I'm talking to some folks that are like, hey, I've spent $200 on a cutter. You're absolutely right. But you can get into this type of world for a reasonable price. And, in this day and age, especially in the times that we're in, folks are staying at home. Folks have lost their jobs, obviously, due to the nature of what's been going on. We have seen a lot of folks that have been able to reinvest back in themselves and help their communities and help each other. And all in all, make this a greater place and a more colorful, decorated place to live in. So that's pretty much my presentation for today. If we have any questions, I definitely want to answer any of them. I imagine Darren or somebody will pop back on in a second. Hey, there he is. What's going on? Welcome back.
That was amazing, Patrick.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We had a lot of very nice comments about how informative it was, and
good.
We're still kind of scrolling through them to find any questions before.
No, that's fine.
Before we go.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I got it. Most of the time, I'm just here because I'm good looking, guys. So I appreciate it.
That's why they keep us around.
That's
right,
my
that's why
line.
they keep us around. For sure.
You showed us a couple of vinyls that we're excited about carrying. So we're gonna have to. We don't carry the last one you were just talking about. I wrote it down. The easy PSV.
Oh, the PSV.
Yeah, and I don't think we have the stretch either.
You don't have the what? Which one?
The stretch one.
Yeah. So we have the Easy Weed and then Easy Weed Stretch.
Yeah. So we're gonna pick up the stretch side of things.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chad is asking, have you ever tried using the AccuQuilt to cut this?
I have not. No.
It's basically it's a die cutting machine.
Okay. I mean, here's the thing: is a lot of I know a lot of like our so we actually have a color guide that we offer too that has like samples of all of ours, and they're in T-shirts. I know they use a cutting die for those. They just basically line up a bunch of sheets and cut through the whole thing. So I know that a lot of these are most of our vinyls are cutter friendly, laser friendly. It's just all on all the information's on our website. Yeah.
And Chad, if you're local, we have the AccuQuilt here, and we have vinyl. We'll test it for you if you're here in Arizona.
I'd love to see those results too. Actually,
you'll have to come in and check us out, Chad. If you might already be a local customer of ours.
Yeah.
I only see your first name here.
Hey, Darren, I got a question for you. Is that the Elnet press right in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Yeah. So just like I was explaining, and I'm glad that you had one right in front of you. Just like I was explaining, that press right there, typically I'm assuming is made for more garment and cotton material, like just sheets and stuff like that. However, these are a perfect opportunity to get a press, some type of press, to at least start. You know what I mean, and start to learn how to press vinyls properly, make T-shirts properly. But like I said to everybody, just make sure you check the settings on your own and do your research, and then make sure it's dialed in for you. And probably Darren and the team can help you out with that for sure.
Yep, we definitely do. The reason why we like this press is it's versatile. We can do rhinestone settings. We can do clothes. We can do vinyl. We can do kind of a nice broad spectrum for what our customers really like. Does the Easy PSV fade if it's on a car?
So, Julie, great question. That's subjective, I think, to the environment that you're in. And the reason why I say that is so I'm in Michigan, so I experience all 4 seasons, and it gets super cold here, and then it gets decently warm here. I've had the same car decal on my car for probably 4 years now. It hasn't faded that I've noticed, and I go through I'm a habitual car wash guy. I like to go to the car wash like every other day. And it hasn't faded, hasn't come off, hasn't scratched, nothing's happened to it. Now, if you're in California, that's a little bit different. You're exposed to radiant heat all the time. You may see some discoloration. Actually, one of the tests that we like to do for some of our heat transfer and our pressure sensitive vinyl is basically a heat or a climate test to make sure that we're not going to get any fading over time. So with that said, I will say in Michigan, I haven't had an issue with it, but I would always get some, and I tell everyone, test it yourself, just to be sure.
We're in Arizona, so we get 2 seasons.
And I will say that, I mean, I have plenty of vinyl stickers cut out on the back of my car, and there's one that's like a bronze sticker, and that one hasn't fared well over one summer, but that's just because the sun here is brutal. It destroys paint on vehicles. I mean, nothing is gonna survive in this sun.
But the cool thing is you can just recut it and make another one.
Yeah, so I have a family member that's in Arizona, and I went and visited one time, my first time in Arizona, which I absolutely loved it. And I walked in, I was doing laundry, I opened up the dryer, and there was a scorpion in the dryer vent. So needless to say, I'm not coming to Arizona anytime soon. No, I'm kidding.
Our little pets.
Right. Yeah. But with that said, yes, in environments like Arizona, Nevada, California, the really, really hot, close to the border kind of states, those may fare differently. But up here in Michigan, where we experience a little bit, but obviously the hottest it gets here is maybe 100 degrees one time if we're lucky. So with that said, I haven't had an issue, but it's all subject to your environment. Yeah.
Patrick, we have sold hundreds of digital cutters here over the many years. Mainly, we started out with the Cameo, the silhouette, and then Janome started offering the artistic edge cutter, which I believe was made by the K&K Zing company. And now we focus on the scan and cut just because of its scanning capabilities.
Yeah.
Most of our customers, I feel, use it for fabric. Because we're a huge quilting store here in Arizona. But to see this side of things has been wonderful. To see the vinyl side, we've only been carrying vinyl for about probably, I would say, around 6 months. So it is maybe a little bit longer, but it hasn't been that long. And so this has been so informative. I like to see, like Cass Allen was saying, how it was great and she had learned a lot. So we're very excited to have you here. And we had kind of talked the other day about maybe doing something with the scan and cut demo down the road. Is that still a possibility?
100%. Yeah. And I mean, obviously I offer it up to you, when we were talking, as well as now, as that we can do these, as frequently as you want. I mean, if there's folks out there, especially as you're getting into carrying heat transfer vinyl, there's a lot of knowledge and a lot of different opportunities out there for heat transfer vinyl, pressure sensitive vinyl, and stuff like that. And especially incorporating them into your business that you otherwise may not realize. I mean, for somebody that may be a quilter that has a business, right? You get the materials to then create something cool. Well, you might throw in, especially if you're doing something for a customer, or a lot of the seamstress, I have to do all of my own hemming personally, because my legs, that's why I'm sitting at a desk, my legs are like this short. So I have to do all my own hemming myself. But as folks come to me and ask me, hey, do you mind hemming these? I might make a PSV decal and throw it in the box or the bag with their item that I've created. And so you don't realize like how much you can really enhance your business, or you can just advance your knowledge base of the industry to offer more things to people. So yeah, we can do these all the time. I think these are fun. And especially this platform makes it really, really easy, by the way.
Yeah, I would like to. We do start your own embroidery business events. So it'd be cool to do a start your own digital cutting business event.
So my wife and I do have our own business outside of here. So my background is in the mortgage industry, as well as my wife owns a business. So when I enrolled into here, and Johan and the team so graciously brought me on board, it was very cool to be a part of this, because I understand this world kind of going in. But embroidery, I'm telling you right now, if I asked my wife if I could buy an embroidery machine, she'd probably beat me up on the spot and ask me where the heck am I going to put one, because my craft room right now is all vinyl and cutters and just insane stuff and woodworking. And so I would love it. If you want to, hey, I'll let you talk to her. If you want to talk her into it, that'd be perfect.
Yeah. Yep. Well, we have a deal for you.
Hey, there we go. Yes. We have a deal for
Patrick, I did. I was on YouTube. I typed in "crafting with Patrick," and you did come up. So there's a lot of videos out there with you in it. That is awesome. Thank you for sharing this time with us today.
No problem.
And everybody out there, just know we will email out when we work out something that we will work together with Patrick.
Well, here's one thing that I'm gonna pose to you. Okay, I want you to, because can you see all of the previous chats, comments, and everybody that's basically chimed in?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
we can only go. We can actually go back like 100, I think.
Okay, that's fine. So from the last 100 that are available, I'm gonna do the Mulqueen giveaway. So I'm gonna put together a box of just various stuff, and I'll give it away. You pick somebody, get their information, and send it to me.
Okay, that is incredible. Thank you so much, Patrick.
For sure, absolutely. Anything we can do to help.
And then I actually have Darren was giving away 2 USBs at the beginning of this too. So
nice.
How about we do this right now? I'll just go through and pick it out, and then I'll have them email me. All right. So the first one, let's go through.
The first 2 are for the USB sticks.
Yeah, the first 2 are for the USB sticks, and then the last one is going to be for
the grand prize from Patrick.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me get on my cell phone, and then maybe I'll win the grand prize. You know.
All right. How about we'll do?
Don't pick my kids either. They're on there earlier.
For one of the USB sticks, we're going to do Candy Roach.
Nice.
And let's see.
And all of these winners, the 3 winners here, if you don't mind to email Jer at Mulqueen, we'll pop that up in a moment here, just to make sure that you send us your information so we can get you your gifts. You should see Jer's. He's got this notebook of all these winners. So.
And then Rainy Brown, you win the other one. You win the other USB.
Very cool. Congratulations.
You guys better keep commenting, because I'm about to pick the last winner for the Siser package. Come on.
This is for Patrick's awesome gift here.
Oh, I can see him right here. I didn't realize I could pull the comments up over here. Oh, no way.
How about Patrick? You pick it.
Okay. I'll definitely pick. So I have. We're gonna go. Mary Siddons. Mary Siddons or Sidens? I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Mary Siddons or Mary Sidens?
Congratulations, you guys.
Very cool. Well, awesome.
Yay. Hey, we're going to come back at 2 o'clock with Jerry Granada. He's an award-winning quilter, and he is going to show the Brother PRS 100, which is like an industrial style embroidery machine. And he's going to show free motion quilting on it. Brother, this is the only industrial embroidery machine, because it's basically just a needle going up and down. Brother came up with a way to continue that needle going up and down and allow you to move your fabric around under it. Normally an embroidery machine, you hoop your item, and then the hoop moves from the machine moving it with the XY movement, just like a cutter. But in this case, they can do free motion quilting. So I'm excited for that. That's going to start here in a little bit at 2 o'clock. And then at the end of today, we have Fabric Confetti, and they do a lot of products. All of their products are cut with a digital cutter. If you have one, cut out all your fabric pieces for or applique on an embroidery machine. So it's kind of cool, Patrick, if you add an embroidery machine to your toys there at your office, you can use your cutter still, but cut fabric and then embroider it on
Perfect.
with, yep.
Perfect. Listen, I'm building up an argument for it right now. Trust me, I'm going to get a PowerPoint presentation going by the end of the day.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Awesome.
So I just want to thank you so much once again. This has
problem.
been fun, very informative, and it helps
Yeah.
us now because I know 2 more products of yours that I want to start carrying.
Absolutely. I'll send you a little kit of a couple different things to see what you like.
Perfect. And
Perfect.
we'll let you know the address of the winner for the grand prize there.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone, so much.
Thank you, Patrick. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you soon. And that was wonderful. Thank you for sticking with us. We're gonna. Oh, I forgot to mention. This is a product called Craft and Cut. That is a software for digital cutters. If you already have one, it helps you do all of the alignment and that for layers. If you have any questions on digital cutter software, we do carry Craft and Cut, and we do have a special going on it. Just email Darren. Actually, since Jer's is on the screen there, email Jer at Mulqueen for more information on digital cutting software. It works with any digital cutter. And we're going to pause for just a short minute, and we'll come back if there's time. We're trying to get Kathy Brown on our screen here with the Brother Lumineer just to do a quick demo, because we have a few XP1 Lumineers that are event models left from the last event that we did, because we now carry the XP2. So a lot of people want the XP2. But the cool thing about Brother, when they come out with a high-end machine, and then they come out with the next version of it, you can just upgrade your machine. You don't have to buy a whole new machine. And so we have a special on the XP1, including the upgrades and software, thread, some stabilizer, and it comes with so much stuff in a bundle. If you're interested in a Brother Lumineer, if you don't mind to, instead of Jer on this one, Jer, will you put up my email address? You're going to email Darren at mulqueen.com. We have special pricing on the Lumineer. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to advertise our special pricing. It is against our rules of the Brother Manufacturing Company. And so you have to email me for more information on our big bundle. It's a huge discount right now going on with our XP1 with the upgrades. We also have XP2s that already have the upgrades on it. It's a little bit more expensive. The Elna press is $9.99. It is their high-end version of it. So this is like a lifetime press. It has your settings that you're going to want for the vinyl. For rhinestones, it has settings for if you want to iron your sheets, your towels, but you can iron your clothes. The pants that I'm wearing, they don't get ironed, but now you can iron your pants, your shirts, everything can be ironed on this. So that's why I like something like this instead of one that is specifically for shirts, because this is more versatile for everyday ironing as well as for your crafts. Now, if you have a huge business, then I would probably recommend the bigger commercial press that we can also get for you if you have interest in those commercial presses. But this is more versatile. It has a great warranty through us. We back it. It has one of the best plates in the industry for pressing. It is a Swiss design from the Elna company, and it is on our website. I am going to go for a quick drink of water, that is water, and we're going to have hopefully a quick demo here before our 2 o'clock appointment with Jerry Granada. So we're very excited for that. Oh, are we? Yes. Okay. What time is it? It is 1 o'clock? No. we're gonna stay on this stream just for a little bit longer. So stay right there. We are going to, after this quick demo that we're going to come up with for you, we will then change streams. We have a certain time limit. The first day we did this, we realized and we got kicked off because we were going too long. And so we're going to, after we do a quick demo here right now, we're going to then cut the stream off, and you'll just have to refresh your Facebook or your YouTube or your Twitch or your Periscope to get us back for the new stream for our afternoon classes, which will be 2 o'clock for Jerry Granata with the Brother Company, and 4 o'clock for Fabric Confetti and Bruce Allen Designs. Wait till you see what's new with that company. It's pretty amazing. So just give us about 5 minutes. We'll be right back. Hi, we're back for a quick demo from Kathy Brown. Hi, Kathy.
Hey, Darren, we're meeting again.
Meeting again. So Kathy's going to show some of the cool features of the Brother Lumineer XP2, which we're going to run a special on the XP1s and the XP2s. And so you just have to email Darren at mulqueen.com to get our special. But I'm going to turn it over to Kathy here.
Hey, everybody. I hope you're all having a good time with this. We're hearing a lot of good comments, so we're really pleased that we could do this. With the COVID and all, I miss teaching classes. I haven't been able to teach classes, and people write to me all the time, and hoping soon we can get back to it, and we might plan a few classes using Zoom so you can do the project at the same time I do it. Okay, so basic screen, we're going to go to embroidery. And in the embroidery, you have several categories. I'm just going to go touch one. I have to activate my pen first. All right. And then when you see this come up, you can scroll over and you have all these categories of designs. They're all built in. If you come into one of the folders and pick out one of the designs, and you want to see something about it, you're not sure that's the one you're going to want. So you can come up here to the eye at the very top, right under the little house. And that's called your information. Now it's going to tell you, some of this is an applique because you can see there's scissors there.
Let me zoom into that.
You didn't know that?
No, I just want to zoom in so everybody can see.
Okay. So it's got the scissors, and then it shows you where to put down the fabric and where it's going to tack down. And other parts are just sewing. So it's also going to tell you the size. It's 8.51 by 2.42. It has 19,000 stitches in it and 12 color changes and 35 minutes to stitch it out. Now that doesn't mean when you applique and all, that's just machine running time is 35 minutes. So it could end up being 45, 55 when you take the time to change your threads or cut your fabric. Over on the right, you can change the background. So sometimes you might want to see something and with a black background, because there's too many light colors in it, you can just change it. And then I'm going to close. I don't have to use that design right now because I can come in and pick out something else. I haven't touched set, and until I touch set, it's not set in stone. So I can come in and change designs. Any of you that have had a class with me, you know this one design I like so much.
What is it? What is it?
It's a really pretty floral corner pattern. I have to find it. Ah. Yeah, let's see. Well, anyway, you're getting a scroll through seeing all the patterns we have. Okay, I'm just going to pick another corner pattern. So this is a really pretty pattern if you stitch it out. I mean, it's really, really pretty. It looks almost 3D, way more than most embroidery. So on the screen now, I'm going to say set. When I say set, the first thing that I notice is up here, some of the hoops went gray. That means it won't fit in the smaller hoops. This design has to go in one of those. If I come to edit and I move it to the top, now it'll only go in the largest hoop. Okay, so you can see up here, it would only go in the largest hoop. And there's two ways to check that, and I'll show you. But I'm going to come back and center this one.
I want to see the projector. I can't wait to see.
You're not getting there yet, Darren.
Oh, dang it.
Darn it. Okay, so I'm going to say okay. And we're going to look at size. When you come into size, if you leave it the way it defaults to the one on the left highlighted, that will only go up or down 10%. And it doesn't recalculate stitches or check the density. If you have 1,000 stitches, you're still going to have 1,000 stitches, but they're 10% longer. If you touch the one on the right, now I can go up to 200%. Up or down, and it recalculates stitches and keeps the density appropriate. So it's really cool. This is the best one to use. Don't forget to always touch on the right.
There's so many features in this machine that
Mhm.
we need to highlight exactly why they need to buy this machine. Right,
Mm.
Kathy?
The list is too long.
Is it too long?
Yeah,
Okay.
the list is way too long. Why you should buy this machine? It would take me all day. Okay, I'm gonna say okay. I'm not going to go through all the features, but I do want to point out some of the fun ones.
The applique, I love that. Just
Yeah.
touch the one button touch applique.
Hmm. Right here is all your colors and thread family.
You know, I like the color shuffling because I'm colorblind. So
See, that's what I was going to show
it'll,
them.
yeah, I know.
We're going to do color shuffling. And if I go random and I let it pick out any colors it wants, and I'll say, okay, ew, some of those are ugly. I can hit refresh and it'll keep going, giving me different colors in different positions. And I think there's 10 pages and 9 on a page. I'm going to touch manual and I'm going to pick out just the colors I want.
Those are the exact same colors I would pick.
Darren, you can't even tell what they are. Now it's only going to use the colors I picked, but it's going to transfer them into different parts of the design, different positions. If I wanted one to sew out one of these right now, I could just touch it and there it is. And it's going to show me the colors and then I could say set and it would go right to my embroidery screen.
Looks like Judy asked if this is the machine we used at the Southwest. Actually, Julie, that is the machine we used at the Southwest Embroidery Conference.
So there's I'm not going to go through all of them, but just a couple. So there's gradient, vivid, and soft. Soft would be everything in pastel colors. And if you refresh, it just keeps doing in pastels. The vivid and gradient, you get a choice. Well, I'll show you gradient because it's interesting. If you go automatic, it's just going to pick out one color and change different shades of it, intensity. If you come to manual and you pick out one color, now you can really see it's just taking that same color, different depths and hues of it. So you can pick out any color you want. It's really fun to play with, especially if you have a color scheme going in your bedroom or something and you want to make a pillow to go with it. You can change all the colors, find what you like. Okay, let's say I wanted to make this into an applique for Darren wants this.
Yeah, I want that on my shirt.
Okay, so I'm going to come down and look and see where I can find an outline. Oh, sorry, got to cancel first. If I can find an outline of this, it's going to show me. Okay, let's just say that's the one I want to make an applique. On the thread families, you have to be in the brother thread families. It has to say embroidery. That refers to the brother original threads. You're going to scroll up to the bottom and you see a pair of scissors. So I'm going to touch a pair of scissors. And now I've turned that step. Is that me? Oh, okay. So if I wanted to turn one of the steps into an applique, I could do it that way quite easily. It'll make that a cut file and then do your satin stitch. But there's an even easier way. I'm going to hit reset because I don't want those colors. All right. So we're going to say, okay. So that's how you can do that. This one, it's going to turn into an applique or a patch. I think it's more of a patch, but they call it an applique because what happens, you'll sew out all the design and then it'll put a straight line on the outside there. You take and you cut on that line that it put around there.
Hey, Sharon Nash is saying that she's never used a brother. Any of our customers out there that have a brother, will you let her know how easy it is? Brother, it's amazing. Brother is taking over for high-end machinery. Nobody does it like Brother. They're easy. They have projectors, cameras built in, everything that you would ever need for to make embroidery easier and exact. So I just wanted to say that before her comment slid by. And also somebody asked that they just bought the Stellair XE1. That's basically just one model down. So it doesn't have all of the same features of this. This is the model right above it. It's the Lumineer. The Stellair took the place of the Dream Machine, which I would imagine a lot of customers out there have our Brother Dream Machine. And so the Stellair took Stellair took the place of that, and this is the Lumineer. You can always trade your stale air in, even if you just bought it towards the luminaire. You just have to come and see us. Back to you, Kathy.
Okay.
In weather.
So here it is. It's all set to be an applique. If I wanted to have it put the applique or satin stitches further away from my design, I can change it here. And it's just going to stretch it out. Okay. But I'm going to hit cancel.
You can make custom patches very
Yes.
easily. Yep.
And the nice thing about that, the way it's set up, that it sews all that first, then it sews a running stitch around the design. You cut on the running stitch. Then you take your jacket back or whatever you want to put it on. You put it in your hoop on the machine. The first thing it sews is that same running stitch. You take the piece that you just sewed out, you line it up with all the running stitches, and then it'll come back and put all the satin stitches around it. And so it's really nice because on the inside of your garment, you wouldn't see any stitches except the satin stitch. Everything else is covered.
Nice.
Okay. And I want to come down here. So what if I want to put stippling around my design? I can just touch the icon.
You mean just one button does that?
Exactly. So here you have the stippling. Over here, it's asking me what size hoops, because it would make the design hoop size appropriate. So it'll make it fit whatever hoop you want to use. This again will give it distance. So I can use this and spread it out, and the stippling won't be as close. See? Or I wanted bigger stippling, and I want to change the spacing on it. Now you can see it's much bigger stippling. It's all up to you, whatever you want.
It has auto shape recognition, so it will not embroider your stippling over your actual embroidery. Way cool.
I'm going to put this back to where it was. So maybe you don't want stippling, but you want an echo stitch. Same thing. Now, I had changed a couple things, so that will affect how the echo stitch looks. It doesn't go back to default just because we changed it. So there's your echo. Simple, quick, and easy. What if I want something completely different? Because, you know, women are never satisfied. So we're going to come up to the little icon right under the house. That one is going to take me right into Design Center, and I can pick out a different pattern. So I'm going to go, now these are all the patterns that are built into the luminaire. You can use any of these stitch patterns to do around your design. Let's just take, I like that one, take that one, say okay. And now let's put all that in the background. Okay. And it's really kind of cool there. It just looks nice. So that's how easy it would be to stipple or put an echo stitch. You don't have to try going.
That is amazing.
Isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. Let's cancel that. Okay, so we're just going to pretend now that I had this in my hoop. It's kind of messy there.
Let me scan over that way.
That way?
Yep, that's
Okay.
perfect.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch the camera up here and say on.
Oh, there's a saved background image.
Okay, so and say scan. So it's going to scan this hoop with this fabric and design in it. But this way I could see where the little flower we had, where it would hit on this design or not. I mean, obviously we're not going to do this, but I wanted to show you that you could just scan in your fabric.
Because the machine has a camera, it'll basically allow you to never make a mistake of where something embroiders ever again, which is amazing.
Right, so you just have it there in the background. I'm going to close that. Oh, two things here now. They've made it on the luminaire that wasn't on the dream. You can make it the opacity of the fabric in the background, lighter,
That's
darker.
an actual photo now on your machine.
Yes, it is an actual photo on my machine. If I wanted to save that, I could touch this and save it on a USB and bring it back in anytime I wanted. I'm just going to close it now. So here's my design, though. Wouldn't look good at all, would it? So if I want to get rid of this, I can come back up here and say, let's turn it off. So now it's off. Now we're going to come up here and we're going to close that. We're going to go into embroidery. All right. When we're in embroidery, I'm going to come up. I want to see with the projector where my design's going to hit.
This is my favorite part.
This is your favorite
I've
part.
been waiting for this moment. I got to pan over.
Good, Jer.
This Christina's asking which machine is this, and it is the
XP.
XP2, which is the Lumineer 2. But we do have a special on this XP2, and we also have a special on the XP1 with 2 upgrades, which would make it equivalent to this model, and you can save thousands of dollars. We have limited quantity of the XP1s, and so then we'll be selling only XP2s. But the nice thing about Brother, they're a family company. They realize when they come out with a new machine, they don't want to have everybody have to trade in their XP1 to buy the new XP2. So you just buy an upgrade if you already had the XP1, which is a very nice thing, because I know other manufacturers, when they come out with a new machine,
You have to buy a new one.
you have to trade your whole machine in, and it's devalued, and then you have to, pay extra for the new version. But on the Brother, they just buy the upgrade. That's the magnetic hoop by Dime. I just got an update on what hoops are in stock with the company. We're going to do a video tomorrow at some point in between sessions on the design on the magnetic hoops. They are on our website for 20% off all week long. We're probably going to move it to unlimited inventory, so even if we sell out, people can still buy them. Just know that if we do run out, that it may be a 2-week wait before you get yours, but it will be on its way as soon as they come in. It's hard to know how many things to order
It is.
and to have in stock. Okay, here's the projector.
So this is the projector, and it always gives you a 3x5 little red square. Turns blue when you're moving it around. So I can move that around just by touching the screen. So let's say I wanted my design to be over in the far
I'm going
corner.
to go scan over that way to show that.
Mhm. So I'm going to move my design down. And I'm going to go straight down to, because my hoop size is not going to let me go further down. I have this hoop on.
Even though it's not a Brother hoop, it still knows what hoop is on there.
Yeah, it recognizes it. So you just move around. So this is a really useful tool. I know a lot of you have had it happen. We all have, where your hoop pops off your fabric and you still have 2 or 3 steps to go. So you would just rehoop your fabric, have what you've sewed so far in the hoop, have your design on the screen, come back in, get the projector, and you can get the design lined up perfectly so you can finish your pattern.
The exact point, see, it's hard to tell. It's hard to make that show up on your screen at home, but we can actually see that rose now on our fabric.
Let's try this.
You can actually change the background. That actually is a little better.
How there?
The middle one, I think.
The middle one?
For the colorblind boy, but it may be better on the other one. But that one, you can kind of see a little better. But that little swirl part of the rose vine or the stem, that is exactly where the design will stitch. So the projector is showing the exact position. So if you had your design in the hoop and you imposed, if it popped out and you impose this on top, it's going to stitch exactly where that image is projected.
Right.
At first, when Brother came out with a camera, we were like, why do you need a camera? And now it's like, oh, now we know why. Can you not have a camera? But now they come out with a projector, and it's like, how could you not have a projector?
And you have to think about it too. What if you have a shirt hooped? You want to make sure that your design isn't going to sew over the pocket or get into the sleeve. So this way you can place it exactly where you want it and see what you're doing. So that's one of the nice features of it too.
You know what my favorite feature is of the projector?
What?
Can I tell you?
Yes.
Edge-to-edge quilting.
That is true. It's remarkable for edge-to-edge quilting. Not only that, I'll show you what else you could do for edge-to-edge quilting. Come into your border function.
Let me bring this pan back to the screen.
Okay, let me go back. The border function is right next to the word density and right above the color palette. What this is I can take a running design and have it come down multiple times. But what I'm going to show you right now, it has a reference stitch. So I'm going to touch the arrow pointing to the line, and that gives you a reference stitch. Down here, it's asking me, where do you want to put those reference stitches? Well, if I was doing edge to edge, I would put one on each side. And then I have a way to line everything up from there. It's really awesome to use that. Say, okay, here's something to show, dear, and I'm going to go delete this and bring one other one up.
I'm going to just bring that in front of the camera. Oh, boy, that's too close. But this is edge-to-edge quilting where you can't tell where you left off and where you started again. And it's done with a magnetic hoop just so it makes it easy.
Just lift it and slide it around.
Yep, and that's when you have a lumineer, the biggest hoop that you would want is the 10.5 by 16 magnetic hoop. That way you get the most bang for your buck when you're doing edge-to-edge quilting. What size is the hoop you're using? That looks like it's a 9.5 by 9.5.
I think it is.
That's 9.5 by 9.5. That would be if you have a Brother Dream or a Brother Stellaire or a Lumineer, the 9.5 by 9.5 will work on it.
Okay, I'm going to show you two things first. I'll come back to this one. Talking about edge to edge. If you have an XP1 and you upgrade it to be an XP2, you get this new folder, number 15 of designs. And at the very bottom of 15, there's two edge-to-edge patterns. There's one, you see right to the side where you would connect it. Oh, just remember, if you're going sideways, you reverse it. You have one that's an A and one that's a B. And you go A, B, A, B, okay? A straight down and B straight down too. So here's another one, and this is a sewing one.
Well, isn't that darling?
Isn't that cute? That's the one I took and just took the scissors out and put it on other things. But so it's built in with two edge-to-edge quilting. I want to go back to this one. And like I said, again, nothing is set in stone.
We have a few more minutes before Gary Granada from Brother comes on live. We have about 10 minutes. Good
Okay.
10 minutes or so.
Well, because I briefly touched on the border function, I just want to show this a second. So I'm going to go rotate and make it go vertical. I am going to take my hoof off so I have more room to play. And I'm going to go edit, move, and I'm going to bring it all the way up to the top. And just like there, say, okay. When I go to the border function now, it's telling me, are you working vertically? And I said, yes. And I'm going to tell them, I want you to add another one. So I just touch there. And I could add as many as I want for the size hoop. And it always lines them up perfectly. If I wanted to go and do something else with this pattern, I could come over and add some things horizontally. So you have a vertical and a horizontal layer. And then you'd want to come and use your reference stitch to put some markers for it. And the coolest part here too is when you go in to embroider it, anything you do in the border function automatically color sorts. So it would sew out all the browns, all the greens, and not be jumping all over the hoop. Okay?
One quick last tip, if you don't mind, we can show how it converts the drawing to stitches.
Oh, sure.
I forgot to turn my mic on for that, but
Okay,
just because we're short on time, if that's okay. This is
sure.
we don't want to put out like companies out of business that sell embroidery designs, but just kidding on that. I'm sure that won't happen. But the Brother Lumineer can actually take a photo. Like I'm going to pan over here to see if you can see that. That's just a coloring book drawing. And Bellissimo is 8 by 12 is the max hoop on a baby lock Bellissimo. That's like our Quattro. So this will take a photo of that and wait till you see what happens.
Okay, so I'm going to go to my design center and I'm going to tell it I want it to scan it. And the scanning icon is up here at the top. It looks like a piece of fern. Oh, absolutely. I'm going to change this first. I want to have it do it in a running stitch. If I let it do it in a satin stitch, it's going to tell me it's too complicated. So I've automatically learned to change it to a running stitch. So now I'm going to come down and I'm going to say scan it as a line design. And I'm told go ahead and scan. And it's going to go ahead and scan that picture.
Let me move it over here.
I love playing with Design Center. I bought some really pretty printed fabric here, and it had like the pattern had gold and geometrics in it. And so what I did, I started taking and just putting like a turquoise blue thread in some of the areas so it would still have the gold, but just with hints of turquoise metallic. And you can get carried away and stay up all night, let me tell you. It's too much fun. So this actually I did several years ago from this picture. So this is the one I did. So the one that Siobhan did.
This one, when this one is done moving, I'm going to show you one other one.
So there's my picture. And if I want to crop some out, I can. I don't want to have to clean up too much. So I can crop out some and not have to worry about it. Okay, and say okay.
Sandy, Judy, and everybody else had us put those kind comments. We love it. Thank you.
All right, so there's my design, and I'm going to say set. And there it is. Actually, now it's in stitches and ready to sew if I just wanted to do it as red work.
Will you sew that on my shirt real quick?
I gave you a Mickey one
Oh,
time.
that's right. I wore that on 2 days ago.
You did?
People even commented about the Mickey on the shirt.
Oh, see, I did it. All right, so you can clean this up,
Never
or
made
then
me
you can
anything.
go and put colors in it. If we have time one other day, I'll come back and work on Design Center more. That's
Yeah,
one of my
there's-
favorite things here.
Will you show where you, instead of bringing in the photo, you can, bringing in the line drawing, how you can import it from stick?
Oh, sure.
Papa said that we need to talk to you about your car's warranty.
Mine?
I keep getting those phone calls. So
We're going to go up to memory. The memory is up here. It's a little pocket with an arrow telling you take it out.
Kathy scanned that stocking with the machine,
Mm-hmm.
but you can import a design as well.
Mm-hmm.
We imported this photograph
Yeah, look at
from,
that. Cool.
it was just an image on Google, and right from a photograph imported into the machine, it converted it to stitches. This is actually an embroidery design now.
That's amazing that I did it.
For a machine to be able to process that is pretty amazing.
Yep.
The Lumineer is the most amazing machine out there. 8550, the biggest hoop, that's the dream machine. That's a wonderful machine. Somebody's asking what's the biggest size hoop on that one. It's 9.5 by 14. And that is one of the hoops that is on back order. They say February 7th, I think it was, that they'll be shipping those. So if you order it, please bear with us for just a little bit to get it to you. But you will save 20% if you purchase it on our website right now.
I know many of you know that if you turn off your machine in the middle of an embroidery design and you come back the next day and turn it back on, it asks you, do you want to recall previous pattern? And you say yes, and it goes exactly to the right stitch each and every time. So, you know, if it gets to be real late at night and you have to turn it off, well, now in Design Center, if I'm working on this project and I start putting colors in it and I decide I have to go to bed and I turn off my machine, it will ask me, do I want that image to come back up?
That's cool.
And and that wasn't on XP1. So it's just something that was added XP2 or the upgrades to go to 1. So just quick, if I wanted to put some color in here, I could come up here, pick out, let's go. What color is that, Darren?
That's purple.
Okay, and you can zoom in, and then all I have to do is touch the area that I want it to go.
You can put your hand in the middle. That's okay.
See, all I have to do is touch.
If
If you touch where it's open, it's going to fill the whole area. But that's how easy it is, and you have choices of stitches for running stitches and fill stitches. So we'll let you go on to Jerry Granada now.
Yep.
He's awesome.
Thank you guys so much for watching that. If you have any questions on Brother machines. Jerry's going to show the Persona, which is a free arm style embroidery machine that is amazing. It's designed to help you hoop hard to hoop areas. It's
Hats.
designed like a commercial machine. It's perfect for hats. Harder to do hats on a flat hoop system like the Brother XP1. But so Jerry's going to show a different machine here coming up. This machine is the Brother Lumineer XP2. Comment if you would like to see more. Tomorrow we're going to do more in between session demonstrations. But we have Jerry Granata coming. If you have any interest in an XP1 event model where you can save thousands, email Darren at mulqueen.com. We're not allowed to give pricing live or out there, no advertising pricing on a Lumineer. So if you're a customer of ours, please email me at darren@mulqueen.com so that I can discuss with you the price and our bundle. We have a $7,000 bundle from Floriani that we're including. You get roller bags, you get the 2 upgrades with the XP1 event models that we have. We're going to upgrade it to where it's the same exact machine as an XP2. Who is giving the classes on the Lumineer? Kathy Brown.
When we can.
When we can. We're going to schedule those.
That Kathy Brown one, we should get rid of her.
Why?
What?
Right.
What?
Oh, wait. She's right there.
Yeah. What are you saying? We all like to tease Kathy.
Tell him too. If
No, you tell him.
most of you have, if you've had a class with me at all, you have my email, but I'll give it to you again.
I'll put it up here.
Jerry's going to post it. If you have any questions about your Brother machine, you need some help on it, you can always email me. If you've never emailed me before, though, you have to put Brother in the subject line because I don't want a hot Asian date and I don't need Viagra. So if I don't know if you're a student, I'm not going to open it.
Yep.
Okay. So just do that. Or if you have some things that you'd like us to demo and we have time tomorrow, we'll go ahead and demo on the XP. So if you have some concerns
you're not replacing it yet, right? Yep. We have a few more minutes. Okay. So I just want to make sure that you guys know we're going to drop this live stream. So it'll turn off here in a second. And then we're going to create a new live stream. It's unfortunate, but we have to break them up. Otherwise, they'll automatically shut it off because we're going pretty long each day. So just know this is going to end here in a few seconds. And then just refresh your screen. If you're on Facebook or YouTube, just hit refresh. Or basically our social media expert over here, Jer, he's going to repin it to the top of our page. So it'll come back to the top. Just re-click on that, please, so you can watch Jerry Granata. And then today at 4 p.m. is Fabric Confetti. Very excited for
fun.
that. You should see all of this stuff that we have piled up to do a live trunk show of everything that they've created. And what is really cool is Bruce Allen has a brand new Wonky House series that we're going to unveil for the very first time. Thank you very much. We're going to end this and we'll come right back and see you. Don't forget to hit refresh.